This is the one that was before, no?
No, now it's speaking up again. Check the thing.
Sí.
Everything is on just like before, Sean. Yep. Why?
Woo! That was a really good blow. Good Yom Tov L'chaim L'bracha, everyone. Thank you for coming and participating. And I am very happy tonight. Baruch Hashem. And I hope you all are. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. Really, really good. Incredible. Yud Tes Kislev tonight on levels that, wow. So L'chaim, first of all, we want to thank our incredible Yidden who are making us freilach here today. The Rabbi Moshe Beton, Rabbi Shalom Eagle from Chabad of Pepperdine. It's an incredible, difficult hike I did there up there, right behind the place. Goes up, I schwitzed it up. You know what I'm talking about? Right behind Pepperdine. You go up, up. Beautiful. Good. One day we'll go do it together. L'chaim. Zalmi Berkowitz for the rhythm. L'chaim. Very soon at Zalmi's wedding, Be'ez Hashem. Play by Yud Tes Kislev. You clap by Yud Tes Kislev. It's L'chaim. You know, the Alter Rebbe, the famous story that when the Alter Rebbe came out of jail, that time you weren't allowed to have Hasidim, or Yidden were not really allowed to live in Petersburg. And to live in Petersburg, you had to have special permission. You had to be a knacker. You had to have some kind of connections or license, whatever. So one of the Chassidim was a wealthy Chassid. His name was Mordechai Lepler. Maybe he was a relative with Rabbi Kesselman Lepler. Not sure. Anyways, this Mordechai Lepler was the Chassid. And his house became kind of the headquarters in Petersburg for the Chassidim to run all the efforts to bring to the liberation of the Alter Rebbe. When it came the day of Yud Tes Kislev and the verdict was handed down that the Alter Rebbe was found innocent, and they released him. So that was the designated drop-off location, as we know. Supposed to bring him and drop the Alter Rebbe off at the Lepler residence. And that's what happened. There was some time, and maybe in the early afternoon, where they brought him there. As we all know the story, that there was a 2-story house. Upstairs lived the Mordechai Lepler, and downstairs lived one of the leading misnagdim who was actually part of the anti-movement, those who were trying to lock the Alter Rebbe up. They were part of the accusation. But the people who dropped them off, they didn't put an apartment number, so they by mistake dropped the Alter Rebbe off downstairs. So this person opens up the door, and there is the Alter Rebbe. He was bewildered, and the Alter Rebbe is a Yid, so he lets the Alter Rebbe in. And the first thing he does is he brings the Alter Rebbe a cup of tea. He serves the Alter Rebbe a cup of tea. Gewaltige story. This guy offers the Alter Rebbe a cup of tea. And then, immediately after that, the Alter Rebbe sits down. He was upset that the Alter Rebbe was released. He was hoping that they would finish him off over there. But now, he sees he was released. He's upset about it. So he starts yelling at the Alter Rebbe. With all of his kindness, with all of his complaints, with all of his things, all the accusations that he had against the Hasidim, and he's yelling at the Alter Rebbe. Famous line, he said, Naritzcha is not good enough for you. Naritzcha is not good. Everybody knows that in the Nusach, Hasidim chain. Most of Eastern European Jews are all Ashkenaz. And everybody used to daven Ashkenaz. The concept that so many of the world today davens Nusach Sfard, even though we're not Sephardic, which is not exactly the Nusach Sfard, but it's a Nusach Sfard that kind of is because the Hasidim came and wanted to daven more in accordance to the Arizal. So they went in many things and did Nusach Sfard. And that's what happened in the Alter Rebbe made Nusach Hari, but the concept of Nusach Sfard. So that's why we changed, it used to be Nakadesh versus Nagdishach, and Keser, in the Ashkenazic Siddur, it begins with Naritzcha. So he was yelling at the Rebbe, Naritzcha wasn't good enough for you. You needed Keser. Yelling. And he was arguing, and the Alter was sitting quietly. And this went on for 2-3 hours. And meanwhile, the people upstairs were waiting for the Alter Rebbe to come, getting worried. Where is he? He's not here. He's supposed to be released. They texted the prison guy. They said, what's going on? And he said, what do you mean? We dropped them off. They said, we dropped them off at what address? So they said the address. And they realized suddenly that he must be downstairs. So they came downstairs and they saw what's going on. And they were so upset. Here's this guy, Alter Rebbe Nebuch, after 53 days, have gone through such Yisurim. And now this guy doesn't give him a relief for a few minutes and he's yelling at him. Anyways, they wanted to mamish beat this guy up. And the Alter Rebbe said, Nate, don't touch him, don't anything. And the Alter Rebbe said that he was machabed me. And more than that, the Alter Rebbe said that to honor the fact that the host, the Alter Rebbe drank the tea. He drank the tea that he gave him, and then he went upstairs, and the Chassidim celebrated, and word got out, and it became very freilich. We all know that the Alter Rebbe said that the 2-3 hours that he spent in the house of that opposing person who opposed the Baal Shem Tov and spoke all kinds of negative things against Chassidus and against the Baal Shem Tov caused him more grief and more pain and more agony than the 53 days that he was in prison. That's why by Chassidim, the Yud Tes Kislev is also not just the 19th of Kislev, but also the 20th of Kislev. It's 2-day Yud Tes. We don't say Tachlan for 2 days. That's the story. So I saw something there. The Rebbe asks a question. A gewaltige question. He says, the Alter Rebbe writes to the holy Rabbi Levi Yitzchak of Berditchev. He writes to him and he says, the miracle that happened, Hifli Hashem la'asos, le'einei kol asorim, to the eyes of all the government officials, they were all shocked at the miracle that Hashem did. It was incredible nace that happened. So the release, the liberation of the Alter Rebbe is an incredible nace. So if so, he says, then everything we know b'chlal is b'ashgacha pratis. Everything is by divine providence. Even when things are not miracles, it's still b'ashgacha. But especially in the midst of a spectacular miracle that is happening, we know as a consequence of Yud Tes Kislev, the world continues to change. The light of Chassidus that brought to the world thousands and hundreds of thousands and hundreds of thousands of Ovdei Hashem, and the light that reaches the four corners of the earth today, that we find that Yidden, that no one would reach them, no one would touch them. Dafka, the love of the Alter Rebbe, of mitzvah after l'reacha kamoicha, that a Yid even sacrifices his spiritual well-being to run after Jews to the four corners of the earth. All of this literally lifting up the entire world and ultimately bringing Mashiach, which is as a result of Yafutzum and Esecha Chutz of the Baal Shem Tov spreading across the entire world. Such a gewaldige miracle. So we would imagine that every little detail is b'ashgacha pratis. So why would Hashem make that there should be a mistake? That they should deliver him downstairs? Why give the Alter Rebbe extra aggravation? You can't say it was a mistake that happened. Because mistakes like this don't happen ever. Even in our lives, nothing is a mistake. If it was meant to be. Especially at such a moment, why did this happen? I'll give you another day, Yom Tov. True. But the Rebbe asked another question, a gewaldige question. The Alter Rebbe said, a major theme in Yud Tes Kislev is that the Alter Rebbe says, Kisha Karisi, when I was reading the pasuk, Tehillim, Pada b'shalom nafshi, Yotzasi b'shalom Hashem shalom. When I was reading the pasuk, Pada b'shalom nafshi, in Perek Nun Hey in Tehillim, Hein ga'alti eschem nun hey. In that perek, when I was reading the pasuk Pada b'shalom nafshi, exactly before I even started the next pasuk, the Alter Rebbe, they came in and they told me that I'm free to go. Comes out that from that moment was already an Indian of Gula. The Gula happened already. There was no more Gulas. If you might say that for whatever reason, the gezerah of difficulty and hardship that the Alter Rebbe had to go through, he needed to have one more screw tightened to give him one more kvetch. We know that the Alter Rebbe's suffering, the Rebbe Rashab said it's difficult to say. He said it's difficult to say, but we know what it says. Hazayis kolz man shekoitchenoi say moitzi shamnoi. That the shemen, the oil of an olive, comes out when you crush it. So the Alter Rebbe's real juice didn't come out until after Yud Tes Kislev, after he went through. So you can imagine that maybe they crushed, and then there was one more crush. Because, what they did to him there hurt him, but didn't hit him b'pnimius. But when the Alter Rebbe is sitting by a Yid who's berating the Baal Shem Tov and saying terrible things about the Alter Rebbe's Rabbeim, the Baal Shem Tov and the Holy Maggid, these things, mamash, crushed him in b'pnimius neshama, in his deepest place. So imagine that. Maybe you'll say that was necessary as part of the golus, part of the exile. However, the Rebbe says, It was already after the Alter Rebbe said, Yotzasi b'shalom Hashem shalom. It's bizman shal hapdia. It's in the time of the redemption. It's not at the time of exile that they dropped them off in the wrong place. So you have to say that the dropping them off in the wrong place and being in the house of we don't use the word anymore today's days because we don't have any more misnagdim, but it was in the house of the misnagdim. That is part of the Gula. That's not part of the Gullus. So how does it work? It's such a gewaldig answer. It's only the Rebbe that has such an eye, such a gewalt. He says, listen, the theme of Yud Tes Kislev is Pada b'shalom nafshi. It's a Padiyah b'shalom. What's Padiyah b'shalom? What is the end of the pasuk? Ki berabim haya imadi. That even the rabbim, even those that are the multitudes of people, even those that are far from me, even those that are on the other side, haya imadi are still on my team. The whole idea of Yud Tes Kislev is that ultimately everybody becomes part of the Hasidic movement. Everything flips over. Or not that you win over the misnagdim, those who stand against, but you transform them. There is an haficha, there's a complete transformation. That the hisnagdus itself, the very opposition itself, becomes an ally. That's the theme of Yud Tes Kislev. And by the pasuk, B'rabim hoyamodi, that the Chazal says, David HaMelech said it, and he referred to those who were opposing him, Avshalom. Avshalom came against Avshalom, David HaMelech's son. So Anshe Avshalom, the military of Avshalom, they were routing for David HaMelech. They were on David HaMelech's team. So that's the Padiyah B'Shalom. And ultimately, every opposition from Yud Tes Kislev effects in the world, that every menagid to Kedusha, every opposition to holiness will flip over. The deepest darkness will flip over. Nothing will stand in its opposition. You don't have to even break the darkness, because ultimately everything gets transformed into holiness. So he says, take a look. It started right when he came to the house of the Misnagid. Why? Because what did he do the first thing? The first thing that he can, the biggest pool of that had to happen. He didn't go to a chassid, he had to go to the house of someone that was against him. And what did the person do? He came and he offered him, he was machabed him with a glass of tea. He says the fact that he brought him a kibbut, an honor, and he gave him a glass of tea, the guy who was working behind the scenes to get him arrested, he himself came and he brings the Alter Rebbe a glass of tea. That's the transformation. He says, he yelled at him and yelled at him. No, what do you want? He says, a person can't change over in a minute. Give him a few hours till he stops being a misnagid completely. That don't take a few hours. But the first moment, what did the Alter Rebbe have to have at the first second? The first second was, so let me answer the question. Who was the one who made the first preparation for the first Farbrengen of Yud Tes Kislev? Think about it that way. Who was the person who made the first, the Hasidim didn't get onto it yet. No one knew yet. No one even prepared anything yet. Who was the one that put the first piece of herring, the first piece of toothpick, and the first piece of herring for Yud Tes Kislev? It was the Misnagid, the one that was opposing. And he offered the Alter Rebbe the tea and he sat. And from that moment on, it became Ki berabim hoyamodi, that everything will flip over. And I'm thinking about that and I'm thinking like this. If we're sitting over here and we're finding a little Misnagid inside our heart, whoever that is, we all have an animal soul, we have a Yitzhahara, we all have certain parts in ourselves. Certain parts of ourselves are, obviously our neshama is excited to be here, it's Yud Tes Kislev, it's Gavald, but then there is the elements in us that not necessarily are so excited about holiness, about godliness, and so on and so forth. So what we have to do over the next hour or two or three, the time of the next 24 or 48 hours, we have to make sure that is, whatever it is inside of it is still opposing, that might still be opposing, serves a tea to the altar. A hot tea. What does that mean, serves a hot tea? Imagine what a hot tea makes you feel good, feels you warm. So we have to try to see, to be makabel on ourselves, something that's going to be serving a hot tea to the altar. Give him a upsah. And he says, thank you. Whatever that's probably loving another yid, doing a mitzvah with another yid, taking upon yourself to learn chassidus more, which will bring you to love other yid more, and to do more mitzvahs, and to be more connected. Connecting yourself, being focused more on Mashiach, because the Alter Rebbe's entire business was to bring the Gula. bring Mashiach dir b'tachta, whatever it is. But think, what is it that would warm the Alter Rebbe? And I think that even if even if there's a part of me that's not so tuned in, but I'm going to get that part of resistance to serve. And usually it's where you're still uncomfortable, where there's a little discomfort, and that's going to serve the Alter Rebbe, Ahati. And that's the transformation. So l'chaim, everyone. L'chaim l'brach. And emes of Melech Yontif. Sing a niggin, and then we're going to ask my dear friend Rabbi Kesselman to take it away. L'chaim l'brach. Wow. Fine. Fine. Good, good. Baruch Hashem. The energy is picking up slightly. We have a way to go. We have a way to go. Baruch Hashem. We got to start off. L'chaim. So first of all, I want to thank those who sponsored tonight's very special event. Our dear friend, our Gabbai in our shul, Moshe and Chana Arnold, were the sponsors of this event in honor of their son, Yitzchak, whose birthday is on Yud Tes Kislev. May he have a shnas bracha and atzlacha and grow up to be tremendous nachas in the biggest way to his entire family. Raise him in good health. Also, a very big thank you to the Roth family, Mrs. Zalman and Esther Roth. They were also sponsors of tonight, and a big bracha to the entire Roth family, Yashikoyach. And let's not forget, every month there is a sponsor at Mayan, and this month of Kislev was sponsored by the political family from, used to be here, by Mottel, Politico in Arizona, and a big Yashikoyach and all the brachas to them. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you. I want to mention the Farbrengen Shabilas Chus Refuah Shalema. For a student of ours, she's always learning and growing, and she needs her big Refuah Shalema. Hadar Bas Sandra, she should have a complete Refuah Shalema. Aaron David Ben Shulamis should also have a Refuah Shalema. Someone in our community just had a surgery, should have a complete Refuah Shalema. Daron Ben Rivka should have a Refuah Shalema. B'tech Shar Chayli Yisrael, only the Ben. Esther Rachel Bas Chaya, that's right. Complete refuah. And now we have the great moment to have with us Rabbi Kesselman, dear friend Moshe Keselman, who, when I'm lucky, I find myself Sunday mornings in Levi Yitzchak Shul at the right time, at around 9:15, 9:30. and I make believe that I'm putting on tefillin or taking off tefillin. Kratzach hair and kratzach ahin, because I can't rip myself away from the share that he's giving, which is delicious. So Rabbi Kesselman, it's all yours.
L'chaim, everybody. L'chaim. L'chaim. It's a very powerful day. It's a very powerful time. We should begin with the tachlis. Tachlis, bottom line. First of all, let's all say l'chaim, that this should be the last Yud Tes Kislev in Golus and the first Yud Tes Kislev in Gula. This is, you understand, we're in Maya and Yisrael right now, you understand? Everybody understand what's going on here? Over here, we tell the truth. The Rebbe Melech HaMashiach should be revealed and should take us out of Golus for once and for all. We should sit by Farbrengen in 770 with the Rebbe. Should be Gula, Amitis, Vashleima in the Beis HaMikdash. When Mashiach comes, B'mheira b'yameinu mamash, every Mashiach is going to come to every one of us and say, were you connected to... Are we being recorded? We're being recorded. Huh?
By the way, you said it already.
Mashiach is going to come to every one of us and say, were you connected to one Meshuggah and Meshachist? At least one, somewhere. Anan manena abasrei. We're all here because Rabbi Reuven HaKoyen Wolf is Meshuggah lo'isei davar. He's a Meshachist. It's okay. He believes... And we're holding on to his gartel. Look around the room. By the way, look around the room. This room is not Tevas Noach Mashiach Dik. Look around. First of all, there's no clock. You notice that? If there's a camera, spin the room a little bit. First, there used to be a semblance of a clock over there. For many years, you should all just know, I took personal issue with that clock because I consider myself a semi-intelligent human being, and whenever I was here, I had no idea what time it is. And there was a clock there. And I could never tell the time. Now, Baruch Hashem, the Eibshter geholfen is Beriu called Noherin. We see that I'm right. This clock does not tell the time. So first of all, we're L'mayla Me'azman. Second of all, look around the room. You brought a rabbi from Shaarei Tefillah to sit next to a Meshachist, to Farbrengen with a bunch of people in honor of Yud Tes Kislev, and Maya and Yisrael. What's in front of me is sitting a guy, he said he became frum at 40. I wanted to give him a hug and a kiss. Nebuch, I'm so sorry. The Eibshter should help you. What? You got Rabbi Wolf is talking about misnagdim. He was dressed with a shtreimel 5 minutes ago. I felt like I showed up underdressed. I'm like, what is going on over here? He tells me Rabbi Wolf said, on Hey Tevis, he wore his shtreimel in La Brea Market. Ich gemeint only in Mayan Yisrael. No, it's Beriu called Nahirin. The Afotzas Hamayonis goes all the way to La Brea Market. There's what all of this. Anyways, I forgot what I was saying. What was I talking about? Oh, to start with the tachlis. So the tachlis is like this. The tachlis is, we should say l'chaim, that this is the last Yud Tes Kislev in Golus and the first Yud Tes Kislev in Gula, and we should all be where we want to be. We should be together with Klal Yisrael in the Beis HaMikdash, sitting at the Rebbe's feet, sitting by Yud Tes Kislev Farbrengen, singing the Nigunim, hearing the Rebbe teach us the Torah Chadosh Amiti Teitzei, and should be b'mheira. I was zoicha as a young child to sit by many Farbrengens. I remember the Rebbe screaming the word at the end of every sikha, and sometimes a few times in the middle of the sikha. For the immediate Gula, the Rebbe would scream the words, "Take it for miyad mamosh," over and over again. Take it. So we should be zoicha. I say, chayav inish loymar b'loshen rabbi. We should be zoicha. The Rebbe used to say, "Binoreinu ubizkeinenu bibonenu bibnoiseinu," with our young, with our old, with our sons, with our daughters, to be in Eretz HaKodesh and Yerushalayim Ir HaKodesh and Har HaKodesh and Beis HaMikdash HaShlishi and Kodesh HaKodoshim u'Mashiach Tzidkeinu B'Roshenu u'Nesidareinu B'Roshenu Teikef u'Miyad Mamosh L'chaim. In the meanwhile, all those who need a bracha for refuah, they should bench in the schus of what a Chassidus of Farbrengen can accomplish. If we have to spend a few more moments in Golas, those who need a bracha for refuah, the Rebbe should bench with a refuah shlema, bagashmias, baruchnias, psychologically, mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually. Those who need a bracha for shidduchim, the Rebbe should bench with good shidduchim. Those who already have shidduchim and need brachas for the shidduchim they already have, Hashem should bench them with shidduchim that you have. Those who need a bracha for children, Hashem should bench them with children. Those who already have children, for Yiddish, Chassidus, and Nachas from their children, and to take their children to the chuppah, Gesundheit and Freilichkeit. All the Yidden should have Ashirus Muflaga, Begashmias, and Baruchnias, L'chaim. Let's sing a Avara Chassidus again. Ay la da ya da ya ma 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 la da da ya ma na ma la da.
Shuba, Shuba, Hashem Tzayveina, Kemalavadeto, Taveinu Vavoide, Lavavazeto, Radina, Benizmeto, Egol, Yapeveinu. Shuba, Shuba, Hashem Tzayveina, Kemalavadeto,
Wow, Chaim. Chaim, let's hear it for our. Wow, they're taking us high. Chaim on the brass. Chaim, Vinoim Hashem Elokeinu. Ma'aseh Yadeinu Koinen Aleinu, Ma'aseh Yadeinu Koinen Eyu. I just saw the Rebbe in his last talk on Yud Tes Kislev, the last Tavshinun Beis, the last time we heard the Rebbe speak so far. So over there, the Rebbe says, interesting that this year we're holding already. We're holding already after the Chiddush of this year. What's the Chiddush of the year of 1992? The Tavshinun Beis. What was the Chiddush of that year? The Rebbe said we're sitting already with Mashiach Tzidkenu. He said that we're after the 89th year. We're after already. We entered into the Shnas HaTzadik. So we entered it. We finished 89, and 89, he says, is Gematria Pada B'Shalom. In Kapitel 89, it talks about Mashiach having to overcome all his adversaries, whatever stands against him. The Rebbe said, we're finished with that already. There's no more obstacles. There's nothing standing and blocking anymore. And where are we now? We're holding already in the parak of Shuva Hashem. We're holding already in the time of the Beis Hamikdash Ashlishi. We're holding at the time of the Gula. So this is where our mindsets are. As we know, Rabbi Kesselman is taking us straight into the Gula, straight into the redemption. We're already in a complete different frequency. So we have to think in a redemption manner, in a broad manner, in a great expansive manner. You know, one of the things about Hasidus is like the stories where the Alter Rebbe said, Tam Uriyu Kitoy Vavai. What is Hasidus? Hasidus is Getlichkeit, it's godliness. All you need to do is you taste it, and then you can't say no to it. It's irresistible. It's irresistible. Chassidus is irresistible. And then you want more, and you want more, and you want more, because it's coming from the highest place, but it's also like a fountain opening up from within the deepest core of your being, from your essence of your soul. So therefore, on Yud Tes Kislev, I also make you an irresistible offer. Always we have an irresistible offer at Maya. Behind me are these 9 Chassidische bottles. Chassidische bottles. Mashke, Seche, Botlach, Azeliche, Botlach. Look at this. Each one of these bottles are related to one of the Rabbi. Now, every year we do this, is that we give a special schus for whoever is interested. Again, it's only whoever would like a big merit. That every time we mention Miyom Kippurim Zad, Yom Kippurim Abba Aleinu L'Taiva, because Yud Tes Kislev is Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur together. It's so we need to say Yom Kippurim Zeh until next Yom Kippur. Whenever we mention in Mayon any one of the Rabbeim. So for example, now we learn every day, almost every day, I give a shir in Ayin Beis for the Rebbe Rashab. Wow, so we mention the Rebbe Rashab every day. The Rebbe Marash is Chassidus. We learn for those who are lucky, the smart, and really people who know the secret. Shabbos morning is Gevaldig shir here. Shabbos morning, Rebbe Marash is my morim. Come here, Shabbos morning. We have Ephraim comes running from the other end of the world, just he doesn't want to miss Shabbos morning. The Rebbe Marash is Chassidus Gevald. Thursday night, the Alter Rebbe is Chassidus Tzemach Tzedek, Chassidus Kitzach. So for the entire year, whenever we mention the Rebbe, it goes for the schus of that person from Yud Tes Kislev to Yud Tes Kislev. So we have, and in order to make it tangible, that the bracha comes down into something tangible, so whoever takes that schus gets one of these bottles that has the signature posted on it from that Rebbe, and it's a bottle with all those brachas. And where's Ari? Ari is here. Ari Roth. Not here. Anyways, Ari tells me, okay, I'll be here soon. So he has stories that always said, your bottle that he took one year, says, someone didn't have children, and I'm telling you, with my brother-in-law, this and that had children. It's brachas, and for many people I heard it. So this it's blessed. If you help with Hafatzah Samayonis, it's a big bracha. So these bottles, each one is available. The bid starts at 1,800 for each one of them. You can outbid if you want later, but you have to pick whichever Rebbe speaks to you. They're all the same in essence, because the Rebbe explains all the Rabbeim are one etzem. And each one has its pashtus, its gilui in a different way, from the Holy Baal Shem Tov, the Maggid, the Alter Rebbe, straight down to the Rebbe. If anybody's wants, you can come over to me during the night and let me know. I will let my wife know on the ladies' side. And this is a bottle full of blessings to take with you and gisach l'chaim for all year long. Whenever you need a refuah, you should never need a refuah. You want to send a refuah to someone, shidduchim and brachas, whatever it is. The Rabbeim their energies are totally beyond teva. So l'chaim and l'bracha, we should only see miracles. L'chaim.
Chaim. I want to make a special Chaim. Yud Tes and Chof Kislev is also the yahrzeit of Rabbi Reichik, Harav Shimon Halevi, ben Harav Menachem Shmuel, Rav Shimon ben Harav Menachem Shmuel David Halevi Reichik. His neshama should have an aliyah, the Morad Asra of the Chabad community, and brochas and simchas for his family. L'chaim. So one of my favorite Hasidic stories goes like this. A group of Hasidim were once traveling to their Rebbe, and you know how it is, every good Hasidic story needs to have at least one horse. And if the horse is dead, ma'atoiva manoyim, it's mamash a gewaldike Hasidic story. So anyways, there's a group of Hasidim and they're traveling to their Rebbe and they're on horse and wagon. And they're a bunch of Hasidim. So what are they doing at the back of the wagon? What are they doing? They're Farbrengen. Sounds like you heard the story before. They're Farbrengen in the back of the wagon. And they're saying L'chaim. And of course, there's a Chassidish Yid. And he's talking to them about davening and learning and having Avas Yisrael and serving Hashem and all this, and Mashiach, of course, and all the stuff that we're supposed to Farbrengen about. Fine. As they're traveling, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, without any warning at all, the horse stops walking. No. So the wagon driver tries the carrot and the stick, and nothing works. The horse refuses to budge. So the wagon driver goes to the back of the wagon where the Hasidim are, and he says, listen, we have a problem. The horse doesn't want to walk. I don't know why. Nothing is working. He tells them, I don't know what to do. We have to wait here for a while until the situation improves. For the meanwhile, I'm just letting you know. Pseider, what are the Hasidim going to do? They don't know how to make the horse walk. They continued Farbrengen. But now they had a new topic at the Farbrengen. Because, a Farbrengen is an interesting thing. You never quite know what's going to be the topic of a Farbrengen. Even the person who Farbrengs, he himself very often doesn't know exactly what he's going to talk about. They prepare beforehand, of course, but I can tell you that very often by Farbrengen, you don't end up saying what it is that you prepare. This is the way it is. So anyways, they're sitting in the back of the wagon and they're Farbrengen and the horse won't move. So of course, they start to talk about why is it that this horse won't move? Farbrengen. What is the deeper meaning of the concept that the horse refuses to walk? Anyways, different logical ideas were put forth until somebody stood up with a little cup of bashka and says, I know. Rabbi say, Abyssal Derech Eretz, I'll tell you. What is it? In Chassidus, you have a lot of Kabbalistic teachings. In Kabbalistic teachings, you have something called Gilgulei Neshamas. Gilgulei Neshamas means, new touch, Gilgulei Neshamas. They translate it as reincarnations, but it's not accurate. Gilgulei Neshamas, the rolling of souls, the process, how souls, let's say, they come back into the world to continue their journey. So therefore, they said, this horse was here in this world in a previous lifetime. What was he in his previous lifetime? He was what Rabbi Wolf referred to a little earlier as a misnagid. Probably in his previous lifetime, the horse was a misnagid. And so he came back as a horse. And now he realized that he's taking us to the Rebbe. So the misnagid says, you know what? You have to add insult to injury. Mamish, I should carry these Hasidim to the Rebbe. Ad kan. Enough. So the horse stopped walking because the horse is a reincarnation of a misnagid and refuses to take us to the Rebbe. Anyways, what do we do about that? That's also something to Farbrengen about. In the meanwhile, they said l'chaim. They started singing a niggin to think how to elevate the neshama of the misnagid, to help him out. Nebach, say that. A little while goes by, and the mashpia in the wagon says he wants to say something. Yeah. He says he has a different theory. He thinks maybe the horse is not the reincarnation, not a gilgul of a misnagid. He thinks maybe the horse is a gilgul of a chosid. Can happen. You have, just like you have a misnagid shaferd, you also can have a chasidish shaferd. Right? I've met a couple in my day, they exist. A chasidish shaferd, that happens. So this, they said the mashpia, it's not a misnagd shaferd, it's a chasidish shaferd. In his previous lifetime, he was a chosid. Oh, now we got everybody's attention because now you understand there's a problem. If the horse was a chosid in his previous lifetime, so even a chasidish shaferd still wants to go to his Rebbe. Of course, even a Hasidic Shaferd wants to go to his Rebbe. And for sure, a Hasidic Shaferd wouldn't stop somebody else from going to his Rebbe, for sure. So if it's such a Hasidic Shaferd, why is he stopping to take us to the Rebbe? The Mashpia said, this is an excellent question. Sing another niggin and give another l'chaim and I'll tell you the answer. All right. So they sang and they drank and they fabrenged, and then the Mashpia, as the night began to wear out, the Mashpia said, I'll tell you why. It's true that he's a Hasidic Shaferd. It's true. But you know what happened? He finally realized that he's a Ferd. He finally realized that he's a horse. So he said, I don't want to be a horse. I want to be a mensch. I want to be a person. No. But he's walking and walking and he's still a Ferd. So he said, you know what? I'm done. I refuse. The Hasidic Ferd stalled and the Hasidic Ferd said, that's it. I refuse to take one more step as a horse. The Pferdeschaft ends here. And he refuses to take another step as long as he is a horse. That's it. That's the story. Of course, as soon as they said this explanation, and they gave the horse a little bit more hay, and they spiked the hay with a little Farbrengen sauce, the horse was ready to go and take the Hasidim to the Rebbe exactly where they were supposed to go. Now, I love the story. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I love this. First of all, I love the story because it brings out beautifully what we call a Hasidic cook. You know how you look at something, how you regular. If you're not a Hasid, if you're not in the middle of a Farbrengen and a horse stops walking, so a horse stops walking. Probably got tired, whatever. But when you see things from the perspective of Velakus, you understand that everything is living and breathing Chassidishkeit and godliness, etc. But there's a very powerful message, and the message is like this: we go through life basically putting one foot in front of the other, and on many occasions that's what we have to do, right? Sometimes we wake up in the morning and we're not in the mood, and sometimes in the afternoon we not really sure that what it is. We can't see the forest from the trees, and sometimes in the evening, if something else comes our way, we're not sure. Basically, we spend many hours of the day putting one foot in front of the other, doing our best. That's what could Eibishter ask from us if not to do our best? Do we do our best? At least most of you do your best. Every now and then, Chassidus teaches us, you have to have moments of clarity. We say, one second. The definition of insanity is just doing the same thing and expecting different results. We have to stop. 1 second. Time out. Stop and what? What's going to happen when you stop? We don't know yet exactly how we're going to change. We don't know yet exactly how we're going to bring about the revolution. But one thing we do know, that the walking as a fair that we were doing until now, this has to stop now. It's called a hanocha. Hanocha means it's a certain moment of clarity. The person's like, aha, wait. We gotta put the brakes on. Something that is going on here is not sufficient. Something that we're doing here is not enough. In Chassidus we say there's something called Yediyas Achiyuv and something called Yediyas Ashlila, which means sometimes a person has clarity. They know exactly what the solution is. Exactly. Sometimes a person does not know what the solution is. But even if you don't know what the solution is, sometimes you know what the solution is not. And that's also incredibly important. So the horse stopping and refusing to take another step and saying, okay, Adkan, until here, whatever I'm doing, something that I'm doing until now is not sufficient. This is a moment of clarity. And in a way, it's true to say that this is part of the function of a Farbrengen. When it comes a day and a time like Yud Tes Kislev, and it's Rosh Hashanah L'Chassidus, and it's such a powerful time. So we're kind of left there scratching our heads, okay, it's a powerful time. Well, what do I do with it? Before we know what to do with it, we have to stop. We have to stop for a second. Okay. There's something that we're living, there's a mindset that we're living in now, until this point, that we can actually graduate from, that we can break out of. There's some type of spiritual barrier that has been in existence in ourselves in Jewish history until now, that at this point we're ready to break out of, that in all of Jewish history we were not ready to break out of until now. If there wasn't some kind of earth-shattering, some kind of revolutionary breakthrough that needed to take place now, then Eibishter wouldn't have given us even just these couple of minutes of Yud Tes Kislev in Golus. If the avodah was finished, if there was nothing left for us to do, then we wouldn't be sitting here. But just to continue to do the same thing, for that you also don't need a powerful day like Yud Tes Kislev. The Alter Rebbe was imprisoned, and then the Alter Rebbe was released, and as we'll discuss soon in Mirza Hashem by the Farbrengen, at some point in time, I have no idea when, but at some point in time, this is the Chassidus says this is a Gula Chodosh, a new revelation. The Alter Rebbe himself went through an internal change, and all of Chassidus after Yud Tes Kislev is not the same as Chassidus before Yud Tes Kislev. We've all heard we've heard the ideas, we've farbrenged about them, okay, and now we're sitting here again. So the first hanocha, the beginning, the first point, like in this story, is where the ferret stops walking and says, okay, stop. There's something I'm holding on to that's keeping me in my Gullus mentality, that's keeping me in Gullus, that it's a piece of baggage that I have to identify, and I have to drop it, and I have to let go of it now. Now, what is it? It's many things. On some level, we have to farbring about it together. On some level, every person has to farbring about it with his mashpia. On some level, everybody has to farbring about it within themselves. There has to be a breakthrough. Can't just continue just the same, right? By Chassidim, there was an expression they used to say there was an expression they would use that was not particularly complimentary. They would say they would use the expression balabos. Knew somebody help me translate. Balabos. Huh? Don't tell me you can't translate. That's my job. You give me a translation. I'll tell you why it's not good. No, translate. Balabos. Huh? A balabos is a boss.
A horse.
A chassidish sheferet. A misnagdish sheferet. Baal shel boss. The boss, your wife. Your wife is the balabos. My wife. My husband. So Chassidim had a definition. They had a definition for balabos. What's a balabos? The Frierdiker Rebbe once told the Rebbe Rashab, he said, Zogaf mir als for the vils. Say whatever you want, but don't call me balabos. The first Shabbos after the Frierdiker Rebbe got married, told his father, the Rebbe Rashab, he asked him, please don't call me balabos. What's balabos? You know what's balabos? Heint wie Nächten und morgen wie Heint. Translation: today is the same as yesterday, and tomorrow is the same as today. Balabos. Show up on time, smell good, and don't expect anything to change. Azoy. Balabos. Creature of habit. Now, to some degree, every one of us need structure in life. You need a healthy human being needs structure in life. Yes, yes. But if you get trapped, if you get stuck in the structure, if you get stuck in the monotony of it, Chassidim would say, you're a balabos. What's the problem if you're a balabos? If you're a balabos, you're stuck in limitation. When I was in yeshiva, the mashpiyim used to farbring with us about something that, to tell you the truth, as a young man, I don't know that I fully appreciated it. But as we get a little older, and a couple of more white hairs in our beard, it starts to resonate with us in a different way. And what they told us is that one of the most difficult avoidus, one of the most difficult internal parts of the work we have to do, that Chassidus demands from us, is to actually believe in the power, in our ability to actually believe that we can personify, that we can become the things that Chassidus demands from us. Because we're so quick to write ourselves off and say, I can't. I don't want to. I don't have the talent. I don't have the ability. I don't have the opportunity. It's the greatest successful trick of the Yetzer Hara. Learn about the beautiful ideas, hear the beautiful stories, Learn the Chassidus, learn the Mamorim, get inspired, and then as you go back to your own life, say, wow, that's such a beautiful idea. It was like a psychological trip. But now that my trip is over, they don't call it trips anymore. Nowadays, we don't call it trips, we call it journeys. Journeys. But once the journey is over, I come back home to myself. And me, I am heint wie Nächten und morgen wie heint. Today the same as yesterday, and tomorrow the same as today. I'm stuck. And even on the most simple level, the message of Yud Tes Kislev, of Chag Gula, of the Alter Rebbe being released from prison, we call it Chag Gula, Rosh Hashanah L'Chassidus, a Yom Tov of liberation. Yom Tov of liberation, you see, the Alter Rebbe was redeemed in Yud Tes Kislev, it's true. I assure you, the Alter Rebbe doesn't want us to just sit here and talk about how amazing the day is because he was liberated. That's not all the day has. You see, because in order for the Alter Rebbe to really be liberated, the Alter Rebbe has to schlep out of Golus every single one of his chassidim. And that includes me, and you, and everybody sitting here, and all the people that Rabbi Wolf meets in La Brea Kosher with his shtreimel, who think there's something, very exciting about him, and everybody who will learn a word of Chassidus has to be redeemed on Yud Tes Kislev. That means, until Yud Tes Kislev, we are in prison. We are incarcerated. Perhaps not at the hands of a Russian guard, but perhaps at the hands of an obstacle a little more sophisticated than a Russian guard. Our own Yetzer Horus, or our own, let's just call it blockages that hold us back and say, you're stuck. Empowered by the fact that we believe in it. And then one day the horse wakes up and says, no. Ad kan. The Ferdeshaft ends here. I'm going to start believing in myself that I can accomplish, that I can do, that I can grow the way the Rebbe wants, the way the Rebbe believed. I like to say this. I don't know, it's my own humble observation. The world likes to credit the Rebbe with sending out shluchim. The Rebbe sent out so many shluchim, Baruch Hashem. 5, we're holding today. 5,000, 6,000 shluchim, K'nai Nahor, the Rebbe sent out so many shluchim at shlichus. Unbelievable, yeah? I think, nobody's asking me, but I'm holding the microphone, I'll tell you what I think. I think the Rebbe did something more amazing than that. You know what he did? He kept them on shlichus. Now, why is that so amazing? Turns out, a couple of years after Gimel Tammuz, we now know that many of these shluchim wrote to the Rebbe on a regular basis that they believe they should quit. And they should go back. And they believe they're not capable. And they even wrote to the Rebbe, I don't know why you sent me. Whose idea was that? Me? What am I going to do here? I'm no smarter, I'm no better, I'm no more educated. I have friends in yeshiva who were much cleverer than me, who were much more capable than me, etc. And people didn't just think this. People wrote this to the Rebbe repeatedly, to the point where the Rebbe actually wrote to somebody. The Rebbe said, please be careful with the words that you let out of your mouth. What if in Shemayim they accept what the Rebbe wrote to somebody? What if in Shemayim they accept what they say? Would they accept what you say? Words have power. How'd the Rebbe keep the people there on shlichus? Or why was it such a struggle for the Rebbe to keep these people on shlichus? Because we're fantastic at telling everybody else how amazing they are. Oof. Especially if you want to get them to put on tefillin or give us a couple of dollars or, whatever it is. We put our arm around their shoulders. You're a ben yochid, b'noi yechidoy shel melech malchei amloch magodesh baruch. The Eibishter loves you. The Rebbe loves you. You're eternal. You're a ben Avram Yitzchak v'Yaakov. We have stories about people pulling up in gas stations, wearing overalls, putting on tefillin. We got the stories coming out of our fingers and toes. We got the stories coming out everywhere. But then when you sit down with a guy, when it's just us, not the people we're trying to sell stuff to, us, the truth. You look at yourself this way as a chassid of the Rebbe, as a ben yochid. My great-grandfather was a chassid, Those days, they Farbrengen for 12 hours. They would learn Chassidus for 6 hours. They would daven for 18 hours. We daven in 18 minutes on a good day. There are certain minyanim, they say about them, that these are the minyanim you go to if you don't have time to daven b'yechidus, you go to this minyan. They say this about certain minyanim. We're busy people, right? We got 150 emails to answer on a daily basis. Most of them are full of rubbish. 17,000 phone calls. Let's not even talk about WhatsApp. We're busy. We're the Rebbe's Chassidim. It's a prison that we're in. And Yud Tes Kislev, and it's an avoida. It's a sensitive avoida to break out of. It's easy to talk about. It's difficult to accomplish. It's sensitive because we gotta go to a place where we don't want to go. We gotta go. Right? Imagine we asked a group of Hasidim, how many of you feel, in all honesty, right? Imagine, in theory, we turn off the cameras, we turn off the recorders. I'm just saying in theory, right? How many of us feel Chassidus really changed us? We're deeper, more humble, more God-fearing, more Jew-loving people, as we should be. And we've spent time learning Chassidus. How many of us will feel that Chassidus had an impact on us? We may be a little hesitant to respond in the affirmative. First of all, we're very concerned that we'll come across arrogant. In Lubavitch, we have absolutely no tolerance for other people's arrogance. We smell it from very, very far away. And as soon as it even makes the tiniest appearance on our radar, the tanks and the AK-47s come out. Nobody in Lubavitch, everybody is garnished. You understand? There's no COVID. Not for you and not for me. There's the Rebbe, and that's it. That's it. The Rebbe has blessed me. The Eibishter have blessed me. My shlichus involves working with many who are outside the formal camp of Lubavitch. And I made a fascinating discovery, and to tell you the truth, it caught me completely off guard. They talked to me with such respect. It was so confusing. What does Rabbi Kesselman think? You mean me? The Rav. What does the Rav think? Which Rav? What's that? Does the rabbi agree? Does the rabbi not agree? Let's ask the rabbi. Which rabbi are you talking about? Who are you talking to with such derech eretz, Rebbeinu Shalom? Me? We grew up in Lubavitch. You know what goes on in Lubavitch? We don't respect people. It's not our thing. Are we actually being recorded? This is going to be a lot of fun. We love people, don't get me wrong. We love them. We love Jews, especially generous Jews. We love them tremendously. But respect, it's just not our thing. The problem with that is that we swallow that. We internalize that. Now we don't really respect ourselves. And that's where it becomes, pardon my expression, use a modern day word, that's where it becomes very toxic and very dangerous, and the antithesis to everything that Chassidus teaches. Let's say l'chaim, Rabbi Sai. The Ferdeshaft ends here. We're no longer Ferden. We're no longer horses. We're the Rebbe's Chassidim. We're the Alter Rebbe's Chassidim. We're celebrating a Chag Gula. It's a day that we can break out. We have to first believe that we can break out, and maybe that's the first part of breaking out, the actual absorbing the message that we can. But the Rebbe takes every one of us very, very seriously. Very seriously. Takes our potential seriously, takes what we do seriously, takes our ability to contribute to those around us, to ourselves, to our families, to our friends, to our community. Seriously, Rabbi say, this is serious, all joking aside, this is serious business. Chassidus, the Rebbe taught us, is a taste of Gula. It's a taste, that means everyone, this is Yud Tes Kislev, Chag Gula. That means every one of us on Yud Tes Kislev has to start to taste Gula. It's to start. There's an old pulpit rabbinic joke. There's an old pulpit rabbinic joke about a guy who's a couch potato, who doesn't have a job. And his wife is on his case, you got to go get a job. What's he going to do? The guy is, he has 2 left hands and 10 left thumbs. So he goes to the city council and he says, I need a job. City council, a bunch of Yidden, They say to him, well, what do we give this guy a job? Make him flagpole manager. What are we going to do? Kid said, but never, you got to give a guy parnosa. The guy needs a job. They tell him, listen, you know what we want you to do? We want you to go to the top of the highest building in town and you'll be our shomer. You'll be our watchman. What are we looking out for? What are we looking out for? This is a Yiddish shtetl in the middle of nowhere. Who's coming? A couple of Cossacks. And if they are coming, what's the Yid going to do? He said, no. You'll be the shomer to see when Mashiach is coming. You'll let us know. When Mashiach comes, when you see Mashiach in the distance, you come running and you tell us all the Mashiach is on his way. How much will I get paid? Schar batolech, minimum wage. The guy comes home to his wife, he's all excited. Knew what happened? You got a job? Yeah, I got a job. Mazel tov. How much is the pay? He says, listen, the pay is not that good, but the job security is fantastic. It's time to climb down from the tallest tower. The job security is finished. It's time for every one of us to allow ourselves, to empower ourselves, a little bit to climb out of the own prison where we hold ourselves hostage, to absorb the message of the Rabbeim, to say l'chaim, to internalize it, to believe in ourselves, just a little bit, to start to taste the Gula that the Rebbe poured his whole essence into, and to start to experience it, every one of us in our own way. L'chaim.
Hi, everybody. One of the 10, singing one of the 10 from the Alter Rebbe now. Everybody. Singing this brings forth Hashem banging on our hearts. Yevish banging on our hearts. Tapping on our hearts, saying, "This will be a place to help. Open up for me." Let's give it a moment for everybody to the niggin. Allow the niggin to penetrate and open up your soul. I want to thank my Rebbe and my daughters for putting all that together. Devotion and dedication. Ariel of the South is and the South main thing is let the nigga take a soul and do a different place. That happens if everybody sees someone talking a little off. Tired. Don't go anywhere, we're just starting tonight. So we heard from Rabbi Kesselman was talking about the struggle, the inner identity of the godly soul trying to penetrate into what was discussed as the horse, the Hasidic Pferd, the non-Hasidic Pferd. But the idea of there's this horse inside of us, trying to stop being a horse, start being mentioned, start being the godly people who we are. And that has been the struggle continuously, of course, all the years. But I just want to mention something interesting, which I think is very, very relevant to the opening of our consciousness at the time that we're in right now, as we're entering mamish into the time deeper and deeper. The Rebbe said already on Yud Tes Kislev Farbrengen, these words the Rebbe says, now that we're already in Yemois HaMashiach. There's a lashon like that. We're in the days of Mashiach, in the Chiddush, the Rebbe should say something like this. We're already in Yemois HaMashiach. So that brings us to a certain hakara, a certain recognition, a certain understanding regarding Pada B'Shalom Nafshi, that there is a certain peace that happens. The nefesh, the godly soul, emerges, reveals itself, but it doesn't necessarily find opposition. B'Shalom Nafshi, even the enemy is with me, which means that there comes a certain time when everything transforms, even the darkness of the darkness. And of course, there is our avodah, but there is also the effects of the collective journey of the Jewish people. The fact that we are at the time of the Gula and the changes that it makes in the world, the transformation that happens. So even though we're all walking we're on our own treadmill, or we're all doing our own walking, but there is also a movement that's happening, a cosmic movement that's moving us into places where we sometimes have to rethink previous struggles and look at it from a complete different place, because suddenly we talk to the horse And we find out that maybe it's a horse, but the horse is not the same horse. It's Mashiach. We had a Mesnagdische Fed, we had a Chasidische Fed, and a Mashiach Fed. What does that mean? So that it says in Chassidus that the Rebbe Marash says in a Maimer, remember once teaching it in the morning Shabbos, he says that when Mashiach will come, then we're going to do the mitzvahs the way they're supposed to be. We've never done mitzvahs the way we're supposed to be. But when Mashiach will come, we'll do them when we're supposed to be. Why? For example, he says a korban. A korban is that an adam is makriv a behema. A person brings the animal up for a korban. He says, but for all the generations, the behema was a lowly behema. When Mashiach will come, the behema will be an elevated behema. The behema itself, the animal itself, will know Hashem. So when you're bringing that behema as a korban, that's such a credible korban because the animal knows God, like the horses, the parim that were carrying the aron, they were singing. They were singing shira. The parim vayishuru aparis. The paris were singing. They were singing Haidu. We say in the Haidu Hashem Kiru B'Shmaya Dibu Amim Aliyosha. That which we say in the beginning of the davening. That parak was the song of the oxen, which means that we're coming to a time and the ox itself is participating. He's no more an enemy. And how do you know? How do you know if we're ready at that time? Sometimes with ourselves we can't really have the right senses, the sensor. But because we might be dealing with a problem where our animal still thinks he's the old animal and he's not with the time. So it just needs, I'll tell you what it's like. Sometimes you on a computer, you just have to refresh the page. It's all you need to do. You're looking at an old page. It's like today's days, I'm crazy. I keep on checking the news. Okay, I read myself on, I'm waiting for Mashiach. So every minute I'm looking for the news. What's the next story? It's becoming OCD. I'm telling you, if you have Rahmanas and take my phone away from me, I would actually get something done. All day long, I'm refreshing the news. I have 3 sites. I'm looking, that's the first one, what's the next one, what's happening? I'm looking for every minute. But sometimes it gives me the same news. And I say, this is the schmeckt nicht over here. Do you refresh the page? And suddenly it's a whole new story. Sometimes all we need, I believe right now, is to refresh the page. Because things are changing so fast. The Rebbe explains that when the ultimate revelation of Mashiach, which is the ultimate pada b'shalom of Chassidus, is that there's these galus of etzem, the very, very essence of essence. And when the essence is revealed, all the rules change. It's no more elevating sparks. It's no more reaching only the sparks that are sensitive, and then the sparks that are not sensitive. And then there are 2 ways of elevating sparks. Chassidus explains. Sometimes you have to go and struggle with the darkness. You have to wrestle with it. Sometimes you can stay in a higher place and you Wi-Fi the spark from the distance, and the spark feels the vibrations and gets excited. And there are times that the spark doesn't want to feel because the spark is so dead it can't feel anything. And then you can't do anything. So it's an unredeemable entity. And there are times, and then there is, besides the spark, there is the thing itself that's holding the spark. Like etzem gashmi. Rebbe says that's until Mashiach is here. Once Mashiach is here, since Mashiach is the essence of the Eibishter himself, once the essence is revealed, the essence is the essence of everything. So everything synchronizes with the Eibishter. Even the darkest things in the world flip over. So if you take a look at the world today and you're beginning to watch mamish, a world that just a few months and definitely a year, definitely the last, was so opposed to Jewish people and Hashem and godliness and holiness, and everything was against, with such a ferociousness, from the river to the sea. Where is all the cry? Where is the river for the sea? Where is the Palestine will be free? Where is all of that? You hear one or two, it's gone already. What happened? Suddenly it's all muted. What are we watching now? We're watching the biggest enemies of the Jewish people being decimated. Those that need to be getting rid of, one after another. It's incredible. Just in a few months to understand what has been obliterated, every darkness, and now the Eibishter is showing that on their own, Syria, Assad, Russia, Merusha, that has been a monster to Israel all this time and to his own people. How he completely, on their own. It's not to gleben what's happening, and that we saw the stories that the Jerusalem are asking, like it says, Keni Knizi Kadmoini, they're going to ask to be part of Israel. They themselves, the Rebbe says in Pashas Lech Lech, that the way we're going to get the land of the 10 nations is that the 3 nations, they're going to come themselves, and they're going to, with their goodwill, they're going to ask, they're going to give the land to the Jewish people. We're beginning to see that. We're hearing even from, I just saw last week, from one of the Shia rulers from Lebanon, one of the mamish in cahoots with the Iranians. He's now calling for the Shia Arabs that it's time to make peace with Israel. Whoever thought? You have the flipping over of Esav here in America, as we discussed many times. You have the flipping over of Yishmael. You think 4 years ago we started Abraham Accords. Just watch what's going to happen. Mashiach should come tonight, and we don't have to deal with any of this. But the MS, if you're watching in the world, billions of Arabs are going to run to make peace. They're still, without no two-state solution. It's unbelievable what we're watching. So it's about time we ask ourselves, if even the darkest elements in this world are flipping over already and synchronizing with holiness, is my body, is my nefesh bahamis, is the last one that has to change? I'm not worse than the worst of the worst. So, and we refresh the page, maybe we'll find out that we enjoy Elokus, that even our body enjoys Chassidus. We're not so stuck. We're not so stuck with past time exile mentalities. But we realize that, you know what? Everything about me loves the Eibishter. Everything about me loves a Jew. I'm not as selfish as I thought I was. Maybe I just have to refresh the page, and I'll find that even mitzad, even not on my highest moment, even in my most non-spiritual moment, just mitzad, the geshem itself, from the material, physical element of my being, even that knows the Eibishter already, because there's no place where God is not. And now it's revealed. So l'chaim, everyone. Gula is here. Mashiach is mamish. Let's realize everything is lifting up. Unbelievable times. So l'chaim al-bracha. With this, I call up Rabbi Mendel, Shapiro, the mashpia of the yeshiva, to Farbrengen with us a little bit. And Rabbi Kesselman is not potter. He's coming back soon.
L'chaim, Yom Tif. Wow, after Rabbi Kesselman, but after Rabbi Wolf, what could be Moshe? Try to bring it down to the Nefesh Bahamas, back to the Nefesh Bahamas. We see Yud Tes Kislev, an unbelievable thing. When they asked the Alter Rebbe, I'm not sure maybe it was spoken before already. They asked the Alter Rebbe over 200 years ago, over 220 years ago, to write a Megillah Yud Tes Kislev. The Alter Rebbe said, you don't have to write a Megillah, because this day will be a Yom Tov B'Yidin. Ashabo Yiskadol v'Yiskada Shmei Rabba v'Yisayru Alfei Yisrael B'Tshuva. Don't worry, this is going to be a Yom Tov, and thousands of Yidden will be Nisayru B'Tshuva, because this Ma'aseh is already chokuk, it's already engraved. I don't know if there's a different Yom Tov after Chanukah and Purim. I don't want to make big statements that started with the Alter Rebbe, Chassidus, that it's spreading and spreading for all kinds of Yidden, and there's so many stories of Pashat by Chassidus Farbrengens, Pashat people being Nisayr, people their neshama is waking up. I mean, we have in Kfar Chabad the people who are they have the pictures of these people who are mamish far from Yiddishkeit. Just come to Farbrengen and I say l'chaim, and after a few hours, Rebbe schlepp me reis von Galus from Klippus. So the day of what the Alter Rebbe said over 200 years ago, Yisayru Alpha Yisrael B'Tshuva, we see it, and it's a Yom Tov B'Yidin. I want to tell you a story. With the Hagdama, another story. There's a chassid I remember, and he has Einiklach who lives here in Los Angeles. His name was Reb Zalman Gurari, a famous chassid. Some people here know him, remember him. A very special chassid. An interesting character also. So I want to tell you a story, but I'll tell you first a Hagdama of another story. He had a friend, acquaintance, not a Lubavitcher chassid, who lived in Manhattan. I heard the story also from it. It's printed, and I heard it also from his son, Rabbi Sumeir Gurari. He's going to Montreal. He knows the person's name. And this person had a daughter, who had a small issue, a very small health issue, nothing serious, which the doctors want to do a small procedure that would take care of it. So through Reb Zalman Gurari, he said, you should write to the Rebbe. So he asked the Rebbe wasn't for the procedure. The Rebbe pushed it off. Not this month, next month, the Rebbe pushed it off. A few months. But what you should do is you should put your daughter in a more fruma school. I think she was in Shulamis. But wanted she goes, I think, to Beis Yaakov in Manhattan. That was the more. He didn't take it seriously, whatever it is. I don't know why. The Viola, the situation, the medical situation became worse and worse and worse. And now already the small procedure doesn't help her anymore already. And already, I think she's in the hospital. And the situation is not good. And Zalman Agrari heard that the family is mumbling. They're having kindness. They're complaining. We could have done the procedure. It was a simple procedure. We'll take care of it already. Now we didn't do the procedure. And now the matzav is very not good. It's dangerous. So Zalman Agrari told the Rebbe what the family is saying. So the Rebbe told Zalman Agrari, I mean, you were told what to do. The kid has to go to a more fruma school. But your kid is in the hospital, chas v'sholem, the pain. What school? One school. Kid's not in the school. But the Rambam Gari saw that the Rebbe says, mean business. So he I don't know if he went over, took the phone and he called, and I don't know the name. Rabbi Kesselman from Montreal knows the name of the person. I forgot the name. And he says, the Rebbe said, your kid's in the hospital, but the Rebbe said you have to change schools. So the kid says, okay. He calls up, I think it was Beis Yaakov, yeah, he's changing the schools. A short time later, there's a refuah shleim. So the Zalman Agrari tells the Rebbe afterwards, writes to the Rebbe, I think quotes the Rebbe, that the big moifus the Rebbe did. The Rebbe says, the big moifus is that you were able to call and say that the kid should go to change schools. That was the moifus. That you had the guts, the breitkeit, to say the truth of what the Rebbe said you should do. Which story is very important. Yud Tes Kislev, we'll see in a second why. The other story is also of Zalman Agrari, that once he left his house and he went to travel somewhere, he went to fly somewhere, he went to the airport. He came to the airport, for some reason the plane was canceled, and they're not only flying tomorrow. They're flying tomorrow. So he wants to go home. Oh, and they're flying tomorrow. I think maybe put people in the hotels, but he lives in Crown Heights and wants to go home. Problem is, there's Tavos Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid that says that if you leave your house to go somewhere, don't come back home till you go there. That's supposed to be the Chassid. So it bothered him. So he called the Rebbe second, Rebbe Chadika, said, what should I do? I want to go home. The plane's not flying tonight. Tavos Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid, you can't go back home till you finish your travel that you went to go. What should I do? So he asked the Rebbe. The Rebbe said, you should learn a Pedic Tanya. Because a Pedic Tanya, you become a Naya Mensch, or an Ander Mensch. I don't remember the Lashon. So the person who left didn't come back. The person who's coming back didn't leave. Next day, Rabbi Chadika called again. I heard the story. And he asked what happened. And he said, the Rebbe said, you should say, I didn't make a joke. I meant k'trutika mashmoy. I meant literally. Learning a Pedic Tanya makes you a new person. A lot of things people are very careful. You close a window, you shouldn't have a thing there. You shouldn't close a window totally. You should have a small pipe there. Different things. Chassidus. The Rebbe didn't make a joke. What does it mean, learning a Pedic Tanya? Makes you a different person. I mean, we learn a lot of Tanya here. I think most of them learn Tanya here. In other words, are we using this gift that they gave us? What's Tanya? What's Chassidus? The first word is Tanya. It's a whole question, because in the Gemara it's not a braisa. Tanya means a braisa. It's Dora Shap's Miloi. Now today we found it's a girsa Tanya. It says in the Zoyar, Tanya oisius eison. Tanya means the letters of strength. Eison. Eison, it says in Chassidus, means three pirushim. Alt, hard, stark. Old, hard, and strong. This world is a baby. It's 5,007 years. It's a baby. It's a few years old. The neshama is old. The neshama was here when he shed a line side. The neshama is here from part of the Ein Sof. The neshama you can't break, and the neshama you can't bend. But in history, when do you see the neshama of a yid, the strength of a neshama? By Mesiras Nefesh. Or Rachmana Litzlan, we saw lately in Eretz Yisrael. By crisis mode. Could we see that strength every day? That's what Chassidus is. To take that strength, that emunah, that Mesiras Nefesh, and use it every day. I'll give you an example. There's a few lines of Tanya that the Rebbe loves it. I don't know if the Rebbe loves it. You look in the Rebbe's letters, you hear the Yechidus, and people write to the Rebbe, I'm suffering from this, and I'm suffering from that. And I'm not saying the Rebbe says that people, it was lacking simcha and laziness, and I can't make a full decision, and I'm scared. There's one of the most common pieces of Tanya the Rebbe says you should be thinking about this. Is Tanya Pedek Mem Aleph, Tanya chapter 41. Some people say, it's good to say Tanya, but it's not the point. So he's bonus, it's something to think about. What does Alter Rebbe say over there? From one hand, I'm very, very small. Who am I? I'm tiny. A person is very, very small in comparison to the world, in comparison to the Malach, in comparison to space, in comparison to the Malachim, in comparison to Gan Eden, in comparison to all generations, in comparison to the world of Ein Sof, I'm tiny. Says the Alter Rebbe, a bomb there. Maniach elyonim v'tachtoinim. Hashem puts everything aside, everything. All the malachim, all the neshamas, all ilamis. And he's looking on you. He cares about you. He wants to be a melech on you. And he's leaning on you. And he's listening to you. I mean, one of the biggest problems we know is loneliness. We have a Pedek Tanya here. But here comes Chassidus Chabad. We all have Emunah. We have a Neshama. We have Emunah. We know Hashgacha Pratis. Everything the Eibishter runs. We know every Yid is a Ben Yochid to the Eibishter, our only son to the Eibishter, only child to Hashem. Which we can't describe the love. We know every Yid has tremendous milas. Beautiful idea. I believe the idea. Is it about me today? Is it about me right now? With the Alter Rebbe, what Chassidus is, taking the truth and saying, are you making it's your decision to use it every single day in your life? Every morning, from Maidani. That Chassidus is thinking Chassidus in the morning, learning every day a few minutes and thinking and davening. What's davening? Taking all of that and making it personal. When I'm sitting by my Shabbos table and I have guests or I have my family or my kids, and we're just sitting around, you're thinking. What are you thinking now? You have the power when you think about everyone around the table. They're mindless. They have special virtues. You could activate it. If I'm sitting there by davening, I'm thinking, David should put everything aside for me. He's really listening to me. Because my avodah matters to him. And this is what we saw by the Rebbe over and over and over again. Why did everyone by the Rebbe's Yechidus write this thing? Everyone writes this. People who came who agreed or disagree with the Rebbe. Ours, they were one thing. But when you were there was no one else there. It was only you. Because Bahafti Eschem Omar Hashem. It's not about learning Chassidus, it's about experiencing Chassidus. If I open the Tanya, I know that this Tanya, this Sefer, is giving me the ability that I could experience my neshama. Now, today we put terminology to the neshama. The neshama is Ein Sof. The neshama is good. But then there is the me. I have a neshama. How much do I identify with my neshama? Chassidus gave us terminology to identify with it, that these true ideas resonate with us. And it's a fact. We see it in our generation more than ever before. The date of Baalei Tshuva. A Bar Torah, a mitzvah, a Bar Chassidus. Suddenly, the first 5 times they went to the Shliach, the Shliach was, they thought they did a favor to the Shliach. The Shliach was bothering them. And suddenly, wow, I can't live without Shabbos. I can't live without a mitzvah. I can't live without this. So we're sitting here to Kislev. It's a Yom Tif. It's a Yom Tif. Our Yom Tif. It's a Yom Tif to teach us, at each one of us, it's up to us. We can make the choice every single day through learning Chassidus, through davening, through starting with Moeda'ani, saying thank you, appreciating, thank you, starting up with thank you, starting with admitting. Rabbi Emunah have a neshama. Rabbi Emunah secha. The Chassidus Shetayich, Rabbi Emunah secha means I believe in you, but you believe in me. You think I could do it. So my nefesh habahamis, my animal soul, my insecurities are saying is no. But what is the Eibishter saying? What is my neshama saying? What is Chassidus saying? And it could resonate. It could resonate. That's the power. That's the power of giving, and that's why Chassidus is the hachana of Mashiach. Because the whole point of Mashiach is not to have a long matan Torah. Hashem can open the windows, guys, and it's going to be good. There'll be no more. In 1 second, he can open the truth. He did it already, but that's not what he wants. He wants us. He wants us to realize some way from us that we're also, the whole us is part of him. I could identify with him. But the Rambam says, "Will be a word no competition, no war." Then Alter Rebbe and Rambam ends off, "Lefichach, you Yisrael chachamim doilim, chachma. The Yoidin dvaram asturim das, the Yasigu das beiram. Even the world will be invested and interested and curious in Deus Hashem, in truth. Truth is not truth. Truth is an experience of life. How people are interested in truth. People are interested in truth. I'll tell you a small story, and then one more story, and then we're going to, I think, say L'chaim. The small story, I just heard it today. On a Shama story, I heard it from a Shliach, Menachem Landau, in Chasna, in Nevado, up north. A very ridiculous story. He was making a levaya, an old lady, a baba. And there was a grandchild there, which was totally not from, and totally, I'm not sure where he was wandering. And the middle of, after they put the body down already, so by the kfura, his ring falls out. Falls down in the cave. So he's trying to get us. So they tell him, they said, the parents say, we'll get you a new ring, forget about it. So he goes, no, there's an idol on the ring. I can't live an idol in the cave forever. He has an idol on his ring. Whatever he has, he went through whatever he went through. But by my bubba and say this, I have this forever. Anashama. Finish the story. There's a family. Actually, I heard the story from the Baal HaMaisa himself, and the person himself. You can hear him saying the story. Mr. Rabbi Ormland. He has the Einiklach who live here in Redondo, a cousin of mine. So basically, he was not far from a Lubavitcher Chassid, and his Shver and Shviger and his son Rabbi O were in a car accident. Erev Rosh Hashanah, I think Topshin Chav Gimel, I think it was a terrible accident. One of the grandparents passed away. It was terrible, and the kid was mamish Achmona Litzlan in a very, very dangerous situation, very, very dangerous. And the doctor says, wait for the levaya of the grandparent because you're making some two levayas, God forbid. The kid is done. Someone called the Rebbe, called in the middle of the night. I got some Maisa. The Rebbe told him to change that. First to call within a few hours, and then to add it. First the Rebbe said these words: the Gzeira is over. You should add a name, a whole story about the name. I'm going to the long story. Give money to Zakah, not to Lubavitch. And Baruch Hashem, the kid survived. They didn't pass away then, but he was in a vegetable for over a year. So for Yud Tes Kislev, I think it was Topshin Chafei, he came to Crown Heights, and he came to Farbrengen, the Rebbe's Farbrengen. In the middle of Farbrengen, the Rebbe called him over. Actually, there's some picture that you see him there by the Farbrengen. I don't know if it's the same Farbrengen or not. I'm not sure. By the Farbrengen, he's there, and the Rebbe tells him, "Haint is Yud Tes Kislev. The Alter Rebbe is da. The Rebbe is here. The Rebbe, the Shver is da. The Rebbe is here. Say l'chaim and ask a bracha for your child." So the Rebbe gave him one l'chaim, a few l'chaim the Rebbe gave him. And eventually he stood up and he said, he asked a bracha for his kid, which was a vegetable, for over a year and I think a year and 4 months. 3 months, I think so. It was a vegetable. The Rebbe said, Alter Rebbe is here. This Kislev, the Rebbe, the Shver is there. Ask the bracha. So he gets up from the Klamvei and he asks the bracha for everybody. He asked the bracha for his child. The Rebbe said, when the Pesud is Tavis, you should tell me. Next morning, his wife was in the hospital then, and there was a new nurse. And I think he asked the patients, you want to have juice or soda or juice? I don't remember what it was. Two things. And the nurse went over to the kid. He's a vegetable. And the kid said, I think I'm a juice or milk. He spoke the first time. And the mother, chalish on the spot, the mother fainted. He started walking then. Next day, after a year and 3 months, next day, after that bracha by the Farbrengen. So he woke up, Baruch Hashem, but they said he couldn't walk. Eventually he came to Yechidus. The Rebbe asked if Allah should go out. He stayed by Rabashkin's house. And Baruch Hashem, now he's alive and well. He has a beautiful family. So let's say l'chaim. Everyone say l'chaim together. The Alter Rebbe is the Rebbe is the. It's not a simple day. Everyone should get all the bakashas they need. Begashmis u'beruchnius, b'teva nira v'anigla, and the main thing is it should be the Gula of Mashiach. L'chaim.
Amen. Amen. Say no,
What's your name? David, l'chaim and l'bracha, David. All the blessings to you. Chaim. Chaim. David Melech Yisrael. Chaim v'kayim. Chaim. Chaim. The energy of Yud Tes Kislev. Wow. Vani eftach bach. Vani eftach bach. Vani eftach bach. I'm just thinking when we're dancing, Vani eftach bach. Bach. We know in Chassidus. Bach. Bach is God himself, higher than every name. Bach is referring to the essence of Hashem. In Chassidus, we refer to it as Atzmos. Atzmos mamish. Bach, in you, in your essence. That's where Chassidus takes you. If we learn the last Hayoim Yoim, we conclude a Chassidish year. The Chassidic year goes from Yud Tes Kislev to Yud Tes Kislev. So, Erev Yud Tes Kislev, today's Hayoim Yoim. The Alter Rebbe, we would hear, the Alter Rebbe would go into Advekus and he would say, don't give me your Gan Eden, don't give me your Olam Haba, don't appease me with this or with that. I don't want anything. I only want you yourself, God. I want you, your very essence. That's Bach, you. But what do we say before that? Vani and I. So here we are, I and you. That's where that's where it stands. We, I, and obviously when you say I, you mean your deepest, truest, highest, innermost. Your true I. Vani and I, and who? Bach, you. And what connects the I and you? That's the song. That's the bursting. You go through the whole Pada B'Shalom Nafshi, you're going up, this one, that, you're feeling all this tension and the niggin. The niggin takes you through the whole, there's a Padiyah, and there is the opposition, and so on and so forth. But then you get to the end of the niggin, and Vani Eftach Bach, I and you is the Eibishter himself, meaning beyond all levels, the very, very quintessence of God, Vani and I, and what connects between the two, Evtach. Evtach is bitachon. Powerful sense of bitachon. Bitachon means absolute security and certainty. Certainty that what? That we're going to win. We, together with the Eibishter, together, each and every one of us. being one with God, we are gonna win. We are going to, every single one of us. There won't be a single Jew that's not redeemed, that's not part of the redemption, that hasn't contributed to the ultimate light and the ultimate purpose and the ultimate realization of why the Eibishter created the world and everything. Vani eftach bach. This is Yud Tes Kislev, where we can all suddenly feel, even for just these few minutes, we come to a place where we know, Vani eftach bach. I know with all my turmoil and difficulties and challenges, but Vani in the end, eftach bach. Vani eftach bach. Anyways, this year, we always want to know what's the chiddush of the year. What's the chiddush? I was thinking 2 days ago, it occurred to me, or 3 days ago, that this year is a very big chiddush, huge chiddush. What's the big chiddush? The chiddush is like this. The Rebbe became Rebbe in Tafshin Yud Aleph, 5711. And we know the Rebbe is Sfiras Amalchus. The Rebbe brings it all to the finish line. The Rebbe says, Basi Legani, 7th generation. The Rebbe says, we're going to bring it down. We're bringing it down. We're finishing the job. And the Rebbe said, everybody needs to know that we are in the Dor Shvi, the last generation. We're going to get it done. See, this teaches us that Malchus is the moon. So based on that, we can see that the first year the Rebbe became Rebbe, Tafshin Yud, till Tafshin Yud Aleph, till Tafshin Yud Beis, officially. Tafshin Yud Aleph to Tafshin Yud Beis, which is 1951 to 1952. That was Moilad Alavana. That's the birth of the moon. The first revelation of the moon. Malchus. And then it increased every year. Increased more and more. When does it reach its peak? So it reaches its completion, Tafshin Chav Hey, but really Tafshin Chavav, Yud Tes Kislev, Tafshin Chavav is the 15th year. It's still, if you count, the first Yud Tes Kislev after Tafshin Yud Aleph, Rosh Hashanah, Chassidus, was Tafshin Yud Beis. So based on that calculation, the Yud Tes Kislev of Tafshin Chavav is what we call in Chassidus Kaimash Siyar B'Shlamusa. The moon is in its full light. So when the moon is in its full revelation, means that the full emes and the full truth of the Malchus, of the kingship, of the light, is in its full revelation. There's no concealment. And therefore, in Tafshin Chavav, those of you who learned a little Chassidus know that by the Farbrengen, Tafshin Chavav, in 1975 still, it was still 1975 when the Rebbe Farbrengen, 1965. So that year, the Rebbe gave us what's called in Yonah Shel Torah Chasidus, famous sicha in this Farbrengen and Yud Tes Kislev in Yonah Shel Torah Chasidus. And what does the Rebbe reveal over there? The Rebbe drops a bomb. He reveals that Chasidus is Yechida. There's Paradise, Pshat, Remez, Drush, and Said, all 4 levels of Torah, but there is the essence of the Torah. And the essence of the Torah is Yechida, and Yechida is Mashiach. So the Rebbe takes Chasidus, and the Rebbe says Chasidus is not just a preparation for Mashiach, but Chasidus is already the Torah of Mashiach. What's Mashiach? Mashiach is the Torah of Chasidus. So there is an incredible revelation that year in the full moon that is revealing that Chasidus, like we never had that. Even the Rebbe Rashab writes about a book about Eitz HaChaim, about Chasidus, the Friedrich Rebbe Otzford, but such a clear Gilui that Chasidus is Torah Shel Mashiach. It's Yechidah B'Torah. It's the essence of all of Torah, and it brings chayus and life into every other part of Torah. That's in Tafshin Chavav. Then goes 15 years, declines, not Chas v'Sholom a decline, but as Chasidus gives all the explanations, the second half of the month, the Malchus goes down, further down into the world to fix the world, to transform the world. It hides within the world. 15 years, lands you in Tafshin Mem Aleph, Tafshin, which is 1981. So if you take a look in Tafshin Mem Aleph, that's the year that it's starting. Yud Tes Kislev ends before, by Yud Shvat, it starts already the next cycle. It's going up, 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 up. So what happens in Tafshin Mem Aleph? The Rebbe starts bringing Tzivos Hashem, and the Rebbe starts with, we want Mashiach now. Suddenly Mashiach gets put right on the front burner, on the agenda. The Rebbe says we should make Sifrei Torah, get all the children, and then all the Jewish people, everybody in Sifrei Torah. Suddenly the Koch, and Tafshin Mem Beis, the Rebbe says, Tish Naz Bias Mashiach. Suddenly the energy, Mashiach, is getting powerful. There's more. The light of the moon is increasing again the second time. And it goes up till Nun Aleph, Nun Beis, Nun Gimel. And what are we having? Unbelievable revelation. Suddenly the Rebbe is revealing incredible things. He says Mashiach is here already, the Gili of Mashiach. And over here the Rebbe is not talking anymore that Chassidus is Mashiach. The Rebbe is allowing already himself all the restrictions that were on the Rebbe before that, like Rabbi Kesselman had mentioned earlier. Before there was restrictions, but then the Rebbe already comes out on the porch. People, this Gili of the moon, unbelievable to its fullest Gili. And the Rebbe then is Megala, Gaval. The Rebbe says that Chassidus is Yechida. But then in Tavshin and Beis, the Rebbe says there is deeper than Yechida. There is Etzem, the Etzem Anashama, which is even before Moidani. Moidani is your Yechida. Even before you say Moidani, the second you wake up, the moment of waking up, that's your essence. The essence coming lidei Gilui, to revelation. And that happens those years. And then, Nun Vav, there is again some kind of a descent of the moon into, again, it's not a descent, but it's a deeper, it has to go into us more. It has to become more part of us, and that's during the time of the concealment of the moon. And that takes you to Tavshin Ayin Aleph. And then Tavshin Ayin Aleph, which is 20, Ayin Aleph was 2011. In 2011 starts the third cycle of the moon increasing. And in the past couple of years, you see that Mashiach energy has began exploding in the world. Everybody's talking about Mashiach. We're kind of getting comfortable with Mashiach again. We're talking about it. We're getting excited about it. And we're watching the whole world, Nisim v'Neflois. It's increasing 2015, 2016, 2017. Shokot Chavelt. Whoever's not paying attention, it's like, you have to pay attention. The whole world is going haywire. It's getting more intense and more intense. And where are we holding now? Tavshin Pehei. Pehei is the third round of the moon. Reaching its shleimus. Imagine that. Tavshin Pehei, Pevav. Now this from Yud Tes Kislev Farbrengen, Abo Aleinu L'Tov until next year's Kaim Masiyah Rebbe Shlamusa. It's the 75th year of the Rebbe's Nesiyas. It's 2 cycles of the moon, 2.5 cycles. It's the third cycle. And we know the third cycle is like Tlas Pamim Heva Chazaka is the Chazaka. We also know that Bayis Rishon, Bayis Sheni, the moon fluctuates, goes down again. Bayis Shlishi, the third time, it's La'ad, it's forever, L'netzach Netzach. So that's the Chiddush this year, Yud Tes Kislev Pehei. Now we're going even deeper than it was before. There has to be the Izgalus, Legamre, B'Poyel Mamish, and we are Mamish waiting for it now. That's where we stand right now. We're waiting Mamish to be Makabel Pnei Mashiach Tzidkenu, B'Poyel Mamish, in the most literal, tangible state. It's Mamish there. So L'chaim L'bracha. I give it over to Rabbi Kesselman, who's going to give us Lichtigkeit. What? Come on. Ich sag, gemacht wie es bezeugt. Du, come on, take us. Rabbi, Kim, sag. I'm just the in between. Chai. Rabbi Kesselman. Okay, two.
Shivane Vedami God Mera Vedami Shivane Vedami God Mera Shivane
Time. There's a letter of the Rebbe in which the Rebbe brings a moshel. The moshel you could use to explain many concepts in Chassidus. The Rebbe uses this moshel for the concept of iskashrus, of a chassid connecting to a Rebbe. So the moshel that the Rebbe brings is that you'll have sometimes a drop of water. The drop of water could be small, very small, minuscule, and yet the drop of water has the capability within itself to reflect the entire sun. So the sun, which is, thousands, hundreds of thousands of miles away, thousands of times the size of the earth, and yet the Eibishter made this way that within the droplet of water is reflected the entire sun. This is the Rebbe's moshel. So the moshel is, the nimshel, of course, is the idea that even a chassid, compared to his Rebbe is the distance is infinite. But in the world of a moshel, in the world of limitation in which we live, you can compare it to the distance between a drop of water and, the shemesh b'shamayim. So if a drop of water could reflect the sun, so then a chassid could be makusha to his Rebbe, could connect, there's an expression that he used to say by Chassidim, Oimek Chassid Rebbe, which means that in the depth of every Chassid, you'll find the neshama of his Rebbe, etc. It's the Moshe. The Rebbe adds that there's two criteria necessary in order for the droplet of water to reflect the sun. You need two things necessary. Again, in the Moshel, and then from the Moshel, you understand that the same applies in the Nimshel. What do you need? Number one, that there should be nothing in between. If there's a tree, a building, something, an obstructive element between the water and the sun, so then the sun isn't reflected in the drop of water. Why? Not because the drop of water doesn't have the ability, it does. Not because the sun is too big. It doesn't matter how big the sun is, still could reflect itself in a drop of water, but there's something in between. There's something in between. There's a hefsek, then nothing will be reflected in the drop of water because something got in the way. And the second condition, even if there's nothing in between, but the second condition is that the drop of water has to be clean. If the water is muddy or has dirt or murky or whatever the case may be, then the drop of water doesn't have the ability to reflect anything because it's fashmutzak, dirty. So same thing in the Moshel. It's true, the Rebbe says that even a chosid, like a tiny drop of water, can contain within himself, perhaps in the form of a reflection, his whole Rebbe can reflect through him. But you have to make sure, number one, there's nothing in between, right? Nothing in between the chosid, and there's nothing else, chaptzach, nothing else, gets in the way. And you have to make sure the drop of water is clean. That means that every chosid is to clean himself and to make sure to keep his own challenges in check. And in this way, he can be the droplet of water that reflects his Rebbe, that reflects in the Moshel, that reflects the entire sun. So what does it mean, Baruchnius? I don't remember exactly, to tell you the truth, I don't remember exactly how the Rebbe, the Moshel sticks with me much better than the Nimshel. But basically, to the best of my limited memory, the Rebbe is saying, look, you have to make sure that it's true, we're only, small people, little droplets of water. But, make sure your little droplet, make sure your little wagon, is hooked up to the right tree. Make sure there's nothing in between. And keep yourself clean on the inside. Make sure you're a chassid as a chassid is supposed to be, as much as we could be in a limited sense. And then you'll be able to reflect within yourself the entire Rebbe. What do we learn from this? Again, Yud Tes Kislev is a big day, and we all talk and farbrengen about big concepts and big things, and we have to apply to ourselves, and we cannot underestimate ourselves, and we cannot make ourselves too big, we cannot make ourselves too small, v'chulu v'chulu. And there's an avoida. There's work that needs to be done. And the Alter Rebbe writes in the introduction to Tanya, which we'll learn in a few days, that the Tanya contains within itself the answers, all of the answers to all of the questions that anybody will ever have in Avodas Hashem. I want to say something parenthetically. The Alter Rebbe writes in the Akdomas Hamalakit, in the introduction to Tanya, the Alter Rebbe explains why he wrote Tanya. A long explanation why he wrote it. It's a Minhag Yisrael, by the way. Very often, in the beginning of Sforim, you'll have the Machabrim, the authors of the Sforim, will write to explain why they wrote the Sefer. The Alter Rebbe, in that sense, so to speak, seems in that sense similar to many others, writes an introduction to his own Sefer. What's the purpose of a Sefer? So Alter Rebbe writes basically that the purpose of the Sefer, again, not the words, but the Teichen, that the purpose of the Sefer is to take the place of Yechidus. And so until Sefer Tanya, people would come into the Alter Rebbe and ask questions, directions, counsel in Avodas Hashem. From now on, they'll be able to learn Tanya. And Tanya, they'll get all the answers to all of the questions. So what's wrong with the system until now? Until now was Yechidus. What's the problem with Yechidus? The Alter Rebbe says there's two problems. Opportunities. Right? You know the guy who said, don't say problems, say opportunities. So the guy said, in that case, I have a very big drinking opportunity. So Akoponim, Alter Rebbe says there's two challenges, there's two issues with the system until now Yechidus. What's the problem? Number one, Ein Azman Groma. It's very time consuming. A Rebbe has to operate within in general, doesn't have to, but Chas V'Sholom, but usually operates within the limitations of Olam Hazeh, the way they've created it. There's man, there's time. A day has 24 hours, a week has 7 days where you can't make more time. And as man grown Alter Rebbe said to sit with every person and answer all their questions, there's no time. Then he adds 3 words, which to me are one of the most shocking statements in all of Tanya. Alter Rebbe says, quote, V'gam hashikcha metzuya. New translate. V'gam hashikcha metzuya. And also, forgetfulness is metzuya. No, not found. Metzuya. Rabbi Wolf is not helping me. All right. V'gam hashikcha metzuya. Forgetfulness is it's motzu, you know. It's frequent. It's frequent. He's right. Forgetfulness is frequent. Frequent. What's the Alter Rebbe saying? What he's saying is that he's spending the time, even the time that there is, and he's giving Chassidim advice, eitzes in avodas Hashem, to questions that they are asking. Right? These are individuals who come into Yechidus to the Alter Rebbe, his Chassidim, who come into the Alter Rebbe with questions, not questions that the Alter Rebbe told them to ask. That they came into Yechidus because they were plagued with these challenges / problems / opportunities / whatever you want to call them, that they came into the Alter Rebbe to discuss this. And the Alter Rebbe looked them in the face. Nobody else was in the room. The Alter Rebbe and this Chassid. And the Alter Rebbe looked them in the face and told them the answer to their question, as only a Rebbe can tell a Chassid. And then they forgot what the Alter Rebbe said. Not that happened that Pesmikra Noder, there was one Chassid, Rabbi Leibel Groner was here a few years ago, he said one time, he said that one time somebody went into Yechidus by the Rebbe, and officially the excuse was that it was his birthday. When he came into the Rebbe, he told the Rebbe that it's not his birthday, and that he had not chas v'shalom lied, but he had lied to Yechidus and to the Maskiris and told them that it was his birthday, but really it wasn't. But he was desperate to come in for Yechidus, and so, he came. The Rebbe answered the question that this individual had. I don't know what it was. And he said when the night was over, Rabbi Leibel Groner said the Rebbe gave him a Misha Beirach, Avaisenu, Avram Yitzchak V'Yakov. The Rebbe rebuked him. What kind of a system is this, the Rebbe said, where people could just lie like that's it. The person could just come in, lie, and say it's his birthday, and really it isn't, and just come into Yechidus? I mean, I heard a story from Rabbi Groner. The Rebbe said the Rebbe gave him over the head. What is going on here? The Rebbe was upset. So here you have people coming into Yechidus by the Alter Rebbe, not because, they're not chas v'shalom lying their way in or whatever the case may be. They're coming with genuine questions, and not questions, how do I make an extra $1? How do I figure out, what the stock market? Questions in avodas Hashem. And the Alter Rebbe answered their questions, gave them tailor-made answers. And it was common, it was frequent that they would forget what the Alter Rebbe says. What does that mean? I mean, it means what it says, but it's difficult to understand. Really? A chassid of the Alter Rebbe? The Alter Rebbe's chassidim would stand in his yechidus and hear the answers from him. And they would forget. And not it would happen that they forget. Hashikcha metzuya, it was frequent that they would forget. How is it possible? Bothered me when I studied it as a young man. Bothered me very. Why would the Alter Rebbe write that? Is that nice? What do they call it today? Empathy, right? You're supposed to have empathy. Isn't that nice to rebuke your chassidim in the introduction to the whole sefer and say, I'm trying to talk to you, but you're all forgetting what I'm saying? And what's the solution, Tanya? Because now, how does Tanya help? So now, Tanya, everybody remembers. What's the solution? Solution is, if you forget, you could go back and read it again. And now you'll remember. And now you'll remember. I have a pshat. If you don't like it, you're welcome to come up and say differently. Or you could just forget what I said. That's also fine. I have a pshat. When a chassid stands in front of his Rebbe in Yechidus, the chassid experiences a Gula Elokus, a revelation of godliness. In its purest, most refined, and most elevated state. In his etzem haneshama. Yechidus is the connection, the Chassidim would say, between the essence of the neshama of the chassid and the essence of the chassid of the Rebbe. Now what? Now, at the time of the Yechidus, it's Yechidus. Now what happens? Now the chassid walks out of the Yechidus. The Alter Rebbe says, Hashikcha Metzuya, I don't think, perhaps, the Alter Rebbe doesn't mean to say there's something wrong with you for forgetting what I said. That's not the point. The point is, there's no, in the language of Chassidus we say, there's no kalim for such a thing. It's like experiencing Matan Torah. 40 days after Matan Torah, the Jewish people had a spiritual collapse. Why? Chassidus says why. Because they couldn't hold on to it. It was too much. So Alter Rebbe says, you're coming in, you're asking me questions, I'm giving you answers, and there's no way for you to hold on to it. Because it's too much. The Alter Rebbe's Chassidim were struggling with this. They would experience a Gila Lakus when they stood in front of the Alter Rebbe, but the Alter Rebbe was being Megala Oir, was revealing light. They couldn't, you know what happens when you walk away from the source of the light? You find yourself in darkness again. Now listen to this. The Alter Rebbe says, I have a solution. As the Neman HaSefer Tanya, you'll take the Tanya and you'll learn it, and you'll be able to remain or to bring into a pnimius, into a deep within yourself, this experience of standing in Yechidus by the Alter Rebbe. That's the Rebbe said. That's a pshat, according to my pshat, which you're about to all forget. No. That's what Alter Rebbe is saying. By learning Tanya, you'll be able to hold on to the things that the Alter Rebbe tells you in Yechidus. And the Alter Rebbe says, I'm writing the Tanya to people that I know, and I know their challenges, and I know the solution to their challenges, and here it is. I have a proposal. It's very novel. Something none of you have ever heard before. I think we should all start learning Tanya. From this Yud Tes Kislev, from tomorrow morning, Habo Aleinu L'Tova. And to take it, and to study it, and to chew it over in our minds, and to take even just a couple of seconds. Nowadays, people like to tell us we no longer have concentration spans. We can't hold on to our thoughts for too long. All right. A little bit. And to start to hold the ideas to process what the Alter Rebbe is saying. Slowly. Little by little to learn it. You have a guarantee. You have a guarantee from the Alter Rebbe that the Tanya that you'll learn will provide for you all the answers to all the questions that you have in Avodas Hashem. Take it to the bank. Well, and Alter Rebbe goes on, and if you learn Tanya and you don't see the answer to the question, then you go to what's called the Gedolim Shebe'iroi, the great locals. And they are supposed to give you to understand. Give you to understand what? Their own boich sforas? No. They're supposed to sit with you and learn a Perek Tanya and show you that the answers to, not the answers, all the answers to all the questions that you have are in Tanya. Somebody, if you heard the story from me before, I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself, but too bad for you. So there's a guy who was on my case years ago, wanted me to be his mashpia. Please, Moshe, mashpia. I had a hard time with it. I was concerned. I was deeply concerned about my ability to be effective in that particular case. So one day he comes to me, he says, I wrote a letter to the Rebbe, and I put it in the Igros Kodesh, and maybe you can help me read and translate what it says there. We go there, we sit down. Can I tell you what I asked the Rebbe? Yeah, all right. What I asked the Rebbe? He wants a bracha for a shidduch. He wants a bracha to go to yeshiva. And he wants a bracha for a mashpia. Because I'm giving him the runaround. So we open the Igros. I'm telling you exactly as it happened. There's 3 letters on the page. And I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, 3 questions, 3 letters. Uh-oh. I may be in trouble here. Letter number 1, a bracha to get married. Letter number 2, a bracha to go to yeshiva. He's like, so which one do I do? Get married or go to yeshiva? I'm like, remember, hey, I'm just reading and translating here. Letter number 3. Rebbe says to this person, you write to me that you have all sorts of questions in Avodas Hashem, challenges, dilemmas, opportunities. Rebbe says, I'm sure you have a Tanya. If you open to the back, there's a mafteach. There's an index. Now, by the way, who made the mafteach on Tanya? The Rebbe made the mafteach on Tanya. Doesn't write that in the letter, obviously. But if you open to the back, there's a mafteach. You could look up any issue you have. And you'll find page, chapter, where the Alter Rebbe talks about this, and you learn it, and you'll find, solutions to it. And then the Rebbe writes like this. And concerning this that you write, that you're looking for a lashon hadracha, guidance, something. So the Rebbe says, quote, "V'olav lehisyayitz im hamashpia harav hachosid Reb Shlomo Chaim sheyichya Keselman." Ma'isa shechoyach v'olav lehisyayitz im hamashpia harav hachosid Reb Shlomo Chaim sheyichya Keselman. It is upon him to take consultation with the mashpia harav hachosid Reb Shlomo Chaim, may he live, Keselman. So the guy looks at me and he says to me, that's what it says over there? I said, yeah. He says, this guy related to you? I said, yeah, my great-grandfather. I said, so can he be my mashpia? I said, a bit of a technicality. He's in Harazesim, if he wants to take over, God bless. You get no issues from me. But so he says, so why is the Rebbe telling me that I should consult with Shlomo Chaim if he's in Harazesim? I said, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I think the Rebbe means me. Oh, so will you be my mashpia? Yes. What can I say? It was a day of. I did wonder about that. Anyways, it was a day of humble pie. Well, one of many humble pie days for me. Yeah. L'chaim. To learn a Perek Tanya, to be zoiche to go into the Alter Rebbe for Yechidus. Rabbi Wolf mentioned before, the Rebbe said, all the Rabbeim are one etzem. It's all one hemshech. It's all. There was a Farbrengen once, Purim Tovshin Yud Aleph. The Chassid went over to the Rebbe and he told the Rebbe that all the Rabbeim are one hemshech, the one continuation. He stuck out his hand and he said to the Rebbe that he wants mashka from the Alter Rebbe. In other words, that the Rebbe should give him mashka, it'll be mashka from the Alter Rebbe. The Rebbe gave him malachaim. The Rebbe gave him malachaim. Mashka from the Alter Rebbe. So Tanya is Torah from the Alter Rebbe, from all the Rabbeim, from our Rebbe. It works. It works. Right? We like to teach it. We like to teach it to others. We like to dish it out. I'll tell you another quick story from Rabbi Leibel-Groner. He said, I hope I remember the details. He said he came to the office one day and he wasn't feeling well. So the Rebbe asked him, what's the matter? So he didn't think it was a big deal. He didn't want to make an issue out of it. He was kind of like trying to shrug it off. So the Rebbe told him to go to a doctor. So he said, Kabul, of course, the Rebbe said, fine. So he went and he made an appointment. A little while later, the Rebbe said to him, "Did you make an appointment?" "Yeah." "What time?" Whatever he said. 3 o'clock. A few minutes before 3, the Rebbe buzzed. There was an intercom system. The Rebbe buzzed to remind him to go to his appointment. So he went. He went to the doctor. He came back. The Rebbe said, "No, you came back?" "Yeah." "What did the doctor say?" "The doctor gave me a diagnosis." "What was it?" "A cold, a cough." "I knew there." "What else?" He told the Rebbe the doctor gave him a prescription. The Rebbe said, "Did you fill the prescription?" "Not yet." "Okay, go fill the prescription." So he went to fill the prescription, came back. The Rebbe said, "No, you filled the prescription?" "Yeah." "You have the medicine?" "Yeah." "You took the medicine?" "No." "Why not?" "I have to eat it with food. I have to eat food. I have to say it twice a day, once in the morning." Akoponim, at some point, I think the story is printed in the book. Akoponim, at some point, the Rebbe said, "Look, take a look. You showed up here, ill. You made an appointment. You went to the doctor. You got diagnosed. You got a prescription for the right medicine for the refuah. You even have the refuah. You went through all those steps, and you're still in exactly the same situation you were before. Nothing changed. In fact, maybe it got a little worse. Nothing changes until you take the medicine. Once you take the medicine, then everything changes. So I believe, if I remember correctly, the Rebbe told him it's a moshel for Chassidus. Some people are obsessed with diagnosing. What exactly are the problems of the world, and how Chassidus can solve all the problems of the world? 1,000 articles to diagnose it, punkt. First, you need the Grois Chachamim should explain in a little bit too explicit terms what are all the problems in the world today. Then to explain how Chassidus solves all the problems, and to sell 10 books that explain that Chassidus has all the solutions to kol ha'tshuvos al kol ha'shayos. Mazel tov. Now what? Now nothing. We have a diagnosis and we have the refuah. Imagine the Rebbe said even more, that you would stand in front of the medicine and you would acknowledge, "I believe that this medicine has the power to cure me. If I would only swallow it, I have believed with perfect faith that I would be healed." And now what? You're right, but you're still as sick as you were before because you didn't swallow it. You don't need all the drushes. You just need to put it in your mouth and swallow it. And now, all of a sudden, medicine starts to work. What if you're Azag Grois Chacham? You don't just believe the medicine works. You can even explain how it works. You went to university for 10 years, and you're the PhD. You understand every machla, the shaloi ksuva b'Torah, and every remedy and exact. Because alsmaz berzain. Don't take the medicine, you're still as sick as you were before. Now you're just sick and a chacham. That's much worse. You got to swallow the medicine. The medicine is a parak Tanya. A parak Tanya that is swallowed, or a few lines of Tanya, or a vort in Tanya. To chew it over, to apply it to ourselves. L'chaim.
name? Shalom Silverstein from Montreal. Related to Susha. My best friend. Huh? So it's your grandfather? Great uncle. We're very good friends. Tell him you were singing. Wow. Very special. L'chaim, so two things. First of all, station identification over here. The bottles are still spinning over here. We have another, I think, 4 or 5 left. If anybody wants big blessings in a bottle, you can take home a Tanya and the bottle. 2. Right? It's all in the Tanya. And in the bottle. And the l'chaim goes together. L'chaim. So I think they took the Rebbe Marash already. Didn't take the Rebbe Marash home. Let's understand. The brachas are here for everybody. And the person who's taking the bottle is going to make a Farbrengen and he's going to invite everybody. So everybody's going to get the blessings anyways. The only thing is, the one who takes the bottle is the one who can, like, he can crack the bottle already. That's the finish. That he can crack the bottle open. No one else can crack it open besides the one who takes the bottle. But he has to give the blessings to everybody. L'chaim, off the bottom, huh? Oh, they're all over. L'chaim and l'bracha. So we have the Rebbe Marash. The Alter Rebbe is already, I think someone ran with. And the Friedrich Rebbe. I think the Rebbe is still available. These powerful bottles. The bottle for the schus of every time the Rebbe is mentioned in Mayim for the next year is available. Any case, l'chaim. By the request of the holy women, they said that we should do the Dalet Bavis, and then we'll Farbrengen through the night. But first we got to do the Dalet Bavis. Alter Rebbe is niggun, so we'll do niggun achana. We'll sing the Dalet Bavis. Then we'll gather together and sit in Farbrengen until Alois HaShachar. What's the...
Yo
The Mishnah says that if there is a bias and aliyah, there is a house and there is an attic on top of it. And someone lives downstairs and someone lives upstairs. It's a duplex. One guy is downstairs, one is upstairs. And then the house collapsed. And now they need to rebuild the house. The guy downstairs is not in a hurry. He's not rushing. The upstairs fellow doesn't have where to live. The guy downstairs went to live by his cousin. His cousin retired in Miami. So he moved into his house. He's fine. The guy upstairs doesn't have where to live. He's going from a Motel 6 to another Motel 6. So now he wants his house. But he can't have an attic if he doesn't have a downstairs. So he's nudging the other guy to build the house. And the guy is not building. But he doesn't have any real estate. He only owns the apartment on top of the other guy's house. So the Gemara says two opinions. According to one opinion, he builds the bottom floor, and he doesn't build the upstairs, the attic. He builds the bottom floor, first story. He moves into the bottom floor, and when the other guy pays him for his costs of what he paid, the downstairs fellow pays him for the work, all that he expended in building the guy's house, then he will let him back into the house. The owner, the one from the downstairs, can come back into the house, and the attic guy will build his attic. That's one opinion. Rabbi Yehuda says, no, he should immediately build the downstairs and the upstairs, but he should padlock the upstairs. He's not going to the upstairs. He moves into the downstairs, and when the guy pays him, then he can go. Then when he pays him his whatever he expended in building the downstairs, he moves to the upstairs. Those are the two opinions, but basically it's the same idea mostly. That since he wants to build his house, but he can't build it unless there is a downstairs, a first floor. He can only have it in order to build the second floor. So he builds it, and then he waits till the guy pays him. So the Rebbe brings that there is a ksav yad that he has, that he thinks, that he assumes is from the Tzemach Tzedek, where he explains this according to the inner meaning of this. He says, what's the downstairs and what's the upstairs? He says, both these floors is referring to the house of the Jewish people. What's our home? We always say, L'shana haba b'Yerushalayim. Our home is Jerusalem. Yerushalayim is our home. And we're waiting to go back to Yerushalayim. We know that Yerushalayim has two stories. There's Yerushalayim Shalmata, there's Yerushalayim down here. And there's Yerushalayim Shalmaila, there's the Yerushalayim in heaven. And we are supposed to build Yerushalayim Shalmata. We build the down here Yerushalayim. And then the Eibishter builds Yerushalayim Shalmaila. And he moves into Yerushalayim Shalmaila, corresponding to Yerushalayim Shalmata, the upper Jerusalem, corresponding to the bottom Jerusalem. And then I guess from the upper Jerusalem, he comes down and lives with us as well in the lower Jerusalem. But first he has to live in the upper Jerusalem. But he can only live in the upper Yerushalayim if we build first. How do you know that? Because it says the Eibishter made a shavua, that the Eibishter said, I will not go into Yerushalayim Shalmaila. I will not go into the upper Jerusalem unless the lower Jerusalem is built and I go into Yerushalayim Shalmata, I will go into my higher Jerusalem. So what does that mean? The lower Yerushalayim is something that's our responsibility to build, because Yerushalayim means Yerushalayim. Yira Shalom, complete fair. Which means living a life. What was Yerushalayim? Yerushalayim was the city of the Malchus of Hashem, Hashem's Malchus. It was the capital city. So to live in Jerusalem means to live in accordance to Hashem's sovereignty, to be makabel oil Malchus Shemayim, to live with basic fear of Hashem, Yira Shemayim, which means to live according to Torah mitzvahs. to organize your life to be consistent with the way the Eibishter wants a Jew to live. That means to live in the lower Jerusalem, the body of lower Yerushalayim. Top of the lower Yerushalayim, which is basic Yira Tata, which is explained in Chassidus, means simply accepting upon yourself the yoke of heaven. There is the higher Yerushalayim, which is called Yirei Allah, the higher fare. And the Eibishter's main residence is in the higher fare, which is a much higher level, a level of complete nullification in front of Hashem, more the level of tzaddikim. But we all have it in our pnimius haneshama. And when we build first our Yerushalayim, first we make sure to observe all aspects of Yiddishkeit, plain simple observance, basic Torah mitzvahs. Then the higher levels of our neshama are also opened up. And the Eibishter comes to reside in the Yerushalayim Shalmayla, in the higher Jerusalem. So we have these two levels. Chas v'shalom, what happens that the house collapses means both Jerusalems have collapsed. That's the idea of mipnei chata'enu galinu ma'artzenu. Because of Golos, because of our sins, we went into exile. That means that if the bottom Jerusalem, which means that our lives stopped being according to Torah mitzvahs, which means we didn't have the fear in our life, which means that God forbid people were doing whatever their heart desired, and not the way the Eibishter wants us to live. So therefore the walls of the lower apartment, Yerushalayim Shalmata, started cracking, and then cracking and cracking, and finally it collapsed. So what happens? There was no Yerushalayim. The upper Jerusalem also fell apart. The Eibishter Saleh Kutcha B'richu Le'ela Le'ela, the Eibishter goes high, high, high up. There's no lower Jerusalem, there's no higher Jerusalem, Chas v'sholom, there's just a big destruction. Okay, thousands of years of exile go by. Rebbe says the Eibishter is waiting. And suddenly the Baal Aliyah, the Baal Atacht and whatever, we figured out other places how to live, ahead, ahin, we kind of managed. But the one who lives in the Aliyah, which is the Eibishter, who lives in the Yerushalayim Shalmayla, starts getting impatient. The Rebbe says, he starts feeling uncomfortable that he's not in his home. So he comes, he says, the Rebbe says, he comes and he starts knocking on the Baal Atacht, he starts knocking to the Jewish people down here below. And he says, listen here, I'm living in the attic. I live on the second floor, but I can't live on the second floor until you build me the bottom floor. In other words, he's trying to awaken the Jewish people to tshuva. So the Eibishter bangs on the door. The Eibishter is knocking to the Baal Abayis, the one who lives downstairs, to build the Yerushalayim Shalmata. That means the Jewish people should start keeping mitzvahs, Torah mitzvahs, and we should simply do tshuva and live our lives with what's called Kabbalas El Malchus Shemayim. And once we build our Yerushalayim Shalmata, what's going to happen? Then the Eibishter will come and be able to build his Aliyah. But he can't build his Aliyah until we build the lower one. The Rebbe says that banging, that the Baal Abayis from above is banging, means that he sends Keruzim, he sends Irurei Tshuva. He's trying to awaken that there should be a Tshuva Milmata, and that we should do Tshuva, and we should build our Jerusalem. So the Rebbe says, no, if we catch on, and the Yidden do Tshuva, and then there can be Bias Mashiach, the Rebbe says, in a manner of Achishena. Achishena, we speed it up, because we build it, we get the work done, and then the Eibishter comes, and the higher Yerushalayim gets constructed on the top. What happens? He says, Chas v'sholom, the Eibishter is banging and banging, and the Baal Abayis is not the one who lives downstairs is not interested in building. He's not responding. Whatever, he's fachulim, he's out for lunch. So what happens? The Eibishter has no breda. He can't wait for Mashiach. Comes this man of Be'ita, comes the time of Be'ita when Mashiach must come. Mamish today's days like we're seeing. There's Be'ita already. Now it's already the time. Mamish Be'ita. There's no question that now we're already in the time of Be'ita, which means in the time that Mashiach must come. So what does the Eibishter have to do? He builds, not only does he build the upstairs, the Baal Aliyah goes and he builds the bottom floor. In other words, the Eibishter makes in this world, you can learn that on many levels, but he starts making Gula already down here. Certain inyanim that we were supposed to do, the Eibishter does it. Like you see so many things that Rebbe wanted. I'll give you just a silly example, but it's not silly, but everything is connected. The Rebbe wanted so much that Israel should act with strength, and they should take Damascus. The Rebbe was begging, take them. Stating we don't do it. So it must be done Almighty. He has to do it. If we don't do it, in the end, it has to get done. You know, the Gula has to happen. The Kinder nicht warten forever and ever. When he eftach boch, the Eberst is going to come through in the end. There's no question. But the Rebbe says the problem. What's the problem? The problem is that even after, or on a deeper level, the way we were mentioning earlier, possibly it means that the Eberst goes ahead and has to change every cell in our body and make it a transformation for us. In other words, he's literally already building, he's reconstructing our physical anatomy to be because if we're not doing it on our own, he does it for us. That there's a complete change in every element of our being. But it's possible. But Mishtatshuras Sadin, the Rebbe says, according to the halacha, since the Ebershter wanted that we should build Yerushalayim Shal, in other words, it's really our responsibility. He says we need to pay him the hoitzahs, how much what are the yitzias? The cost of construction. The cost of construction is that a yid has to pay with Yerushalayim. In other words, when we start seeing that Mashiach is here, Gula is in the world, so it's a time that we should wake up and start paying the yitzias, the cost of construction. The cost of construction is that we start chipping in the building, which means we contribute fear of God. Because Yerushalayim is Yerushalayim. So we make an extra effort to start doing this mitzvah. We make an extra effort to do that mitzvah. So we're all putting in money into this construction. And if chas v'shalom, no. So he says, Mitzat Shudas Adin, the Ebershter can say, he's not letting us in to live in the bottom. What does that mean? It means you can be living in Mashiach's world. These are the words of the Rebbe. You can be living in Mashiach's world. And there are changes that happen around you that take away, the golus goes away. Like it says regarding, the Rebbe brings the concept that there is a time when you say, for Am Haaretz, the question is when Mashiach will come, what's going to happen? So there's one opinion that says, there's no difference between now and the days of Mashiach. There won't be any more the shibud. There won't be any more the subjugation of the nations. Subjugation of the nations will end. So it's possible, which means simply on the most simplest of levels, things begashmius will get better. Begashmius. So it's possible, he says, Mashiach is here. You're experiencing relief in so many inyanim that the pressures that we used to have in the past and the oppressions that we used to have in Yom go away. But you haven't entered. You're not living in Yerushalayim because the Balabayas doesn't let you go into Yerushalayim because you didn't make your contribution with Yerushalayim. So what happens is not letting you go into Yerushalayim. What does that mean? You're benefiting, he says, it's a scary thing. He says, for Am Haaretz, Shibud Galis you don't have. But that's it. That's the extent of but you're not entering into Yerushalayim, which means you're not going into the experience of Gula. You're not connecting to the godly world of Mashiach. Chas v'sholom, a person is living on the outside. Mitzat Shudas Adim, because the Ebershter can say, listen, building Yerushalayim is you're supposed to pay for it. It's not what the Ebershter is supposed to do. The Rebbe is not supposed to do it. You got to do it. Everybody on our own, we have to build Yerushalayim. That's our job. So Mitzat Shudas Adin, he can do this. And he can tell the Baal Aliyah, when you will pay me, then you can move into the Jerusalem that I built. I built it already. The lower Yerushalayim, I built already up the Mashiach bigger world. But you're not, B'pnimius, you're not going in. But over here, the Rebbe brings, Tzemach Tzedek brings a medrash. The medrash says on the pasuk, hear this, Kaval. The medrash says on the pasuk, Boine Yerushalayim Hashem, Nitche Yisrael Yechanis. Pasuk says, we say it every day in davening, Boine Yerushalayim Hashem. Hashem builds Jerusalem, and then Nitche Yisrael Yechanis, and then he gathers all the Nedachim, all the scattered Jews. So the Medrash says, the meaning of the pasuk is like this: Afal pi sheboine Yerushalayim Hashem, even though in the end Hashem builds Jerusalem, nevertheless, he brings the Nitchei Yisrael. So the Rebbe asks, the Tzemach Tzedek asks, what do you mean? Isn't it the Eibishter's responsibility to do both? These are part of the inyanim that Hashem is going to do, right? Gula. What's Gula? Hashem is going to build Jerusalem. Hashem is going to bring Kibbutz Golios. He's going to bring the Jews back. What's the Medrash saying? Even though Boinei Yerushalayim Hashem, nevertheless, Nitchei Yisrael Yachanes. So the Rebbe says this is the Pirush, that even though really we were supposed to build the Yerushalayim Shalmata, because Habayis, the building of the bottom structure, is something that we need to do. And the higher Madregas, the Eibishter, is going to do. The higher Yirei Allah, the higher fear, and all those, the Eibishter will kick in. But basic Yiras Shamayim, basically living your life according to Torah and mitzvahs, is the expectation that each and every one of us has to put our act together. So, and therefore, as we said earlier, Mitzad Halacha, the one who builds the bottom, doesn't have to allow the person to go into the Yerushalayim. This is the Eibishter does Lefnim Ashiras Adin. And even though Boinei Yerushalayim Hashem builds Yerushalayim, the Yerushalayim Shalmata, the bottom Yerushalayim, the Eibishter builds up our Yerushalayim. He builds up our life, our fear, our lower Jerusalem. Nevertheless, Lefnim Ashiras Adin, he brings Nitchei Yisrael Yachanes. He's bringing us into the experience. So why is this? So it hit me so strong, because in the Lashonis the Rebbe is using over there is that then the Rebbe says we shouldn't need that the Eibishter should have to do Lefnim Ashiras Adin. We can use the Lefnim Ashiras Adin of the Eibishter. Hashem should have to for higher things. The basic inyan that we should have to do it. The Rebbe is calling then in Tavshin Vav, that's Farbrengen. The Rebbe is calling that the Boinei Yerushalayim Hashem we should do. We shouldn't wait that it should be Boinei Yerushalayim Hashem, that Hashem has to do it and then allow us in. But the Lashon the Rebbe says is it could be that you're sitting already, that Mashiach is here already, and you're just tuning out. It's even after the Yerushalayim Shalmat and others. And I'm thinking to myself, Gewalt. It's mamish what we're seeing today. We're seeing Mashiach be his galos already. We're seeing everything happening. And yet, it feels like we're so tuned out. And we have to, and we shouldn't think that Chas V'Shalom the Eibishter is preventing us. Because as the Rebbe says, the Eibishter doesn't have Nefnim Ashiras Adin. Hashem is simply calling us to enter into the experience that is already. There's already Giluyim of Yemoisa Mashiach mamish. It's just that we have to open our eyes to be conscious of it and to be aware of it and to get excited about it. And what does that mean? Now that Mashiach is mamish here, it means that we should start davening like when Mashiach is here. We should start loving each other like Mashiach is here. We should start learning Torah like there's no worries in the world. Because really the Moisa Mashiach le'esek kol ha'olam kulai el das es Hashem b'lvad. And the world is not going to be occupied with anything else, only to know the Eibishter without daigas. So since the Eibishter has already, since we came already to the time of Be'ita, and Hashem already organized the world in a way that everything is already there already. It's all done already. Altsfartik, upgetan, it's all happening already. So for sure, now it's just a matter of entering into that consciousness and aligning ourselves, saying, listen, yes, it's schon the hechsted side that we should start relaxing, let go of the anxiousness, let go of the fears, let go of the insecurities, let go of the what's going to be with tomorrow. So there's plenty. It's come to time. We can even sense now. We can sense the shift in the whole world. I know it sounds crazy, but I had this Mishigas last week. People like, I know a lot of you came because you want to hear this. So I'm going to not stop pretending that you don't want to hear this. Last week, Trump went and pushed the Wall Street button. He pushed the Wall Street button. And the alarm, he pushed the bell in Wall Street. Do you understand what happened over here? I don't know if anybody caught what happened at that moment. What happened in that moment is that Shem Samach Gimel was downloaded. Shem Ma. You know what happened at that moment? That was the moment. That means that from that moment on, there's going to be such an ashirus gedola. You have no idea. Bitcoin, forget about it. Be talking. It's unbelievable. The economy is going to be kicking like crazy. Why? Because as the Rebbe explains, Esav is fine as about it. Esav is already in his body. And I was learning the Middle Rebbe's Teres Chaim, where it explains that Vayoretz Esav comes running to Yaakov, and he hugs him and he kisses him. He explains it on two levels. One is the Nitzutzis Lamata. They're waiting for Yaakov, for Shem Ma'az Yaakov. He picks up the sparks. So the sparks are excited. They get elevated into Yaakov. But he says there's a higher explanation. That the infinite lights of Toyu, once Esav is elevated, the infinite lights of Toyu come racing down to Yaakov Avinu, into Tikkun. They grab him, and they bring an Ashiros Meflaga. They bring such incredible lights. So that's all this is really, it's mamish already happening. It's mamish already happening. If we're paying attention, we're sensitive to what's happening. But it's one thing to get excited about the things happening. It's another thing to connect it to personal avodah. That's where it gets hard. To not just get excited that it's happening, because then, oh, wow, it's happening. It's to recognize, okay, so now let me breathe this in. Let me realize that there's no more really concerns. There is ashidus, there is wealth. We don't have to live bitzimtzum, but we don't have to live with worry. We can live with breitkeit, with comfort. Know that we're entering already into the Zman of Gula, the Zman of Mashiach. Alles is good. But it has to reflect. It has to reflect in Yerushalayim. It has to reflect in a higher level of Kiyam HaMitzvahs Behidur. It has to reflect in everything. We live in this besimcha with a tremendous joy. Because how are we going to be living in the days of Mashiach? We're going to be living with enormous joy, with enormous. But right now, it's the Kiddush, that, as the Rebbe is saying, that okay, the truth is, the Rebbe said the Yidden haben getan the Avodah. And we for sure did it. But even if Chas v'Shalom that the Eibishter did it, but Soif Kol Soif, he definitely lets us in. That's the point. That Afal Pisha Boini Yerushalayim Hashem, the Eibishter Nitchi Yisrael Yechanes, the Eibishter allows us to come in to the without us paying up all the construction costs. We don't even have to pay the construction costs. As long as we come in to live, he's happy that we take the bottom floor so he can move into the upper floor. First, come in and live. Let's get in there. Let's get into Yerushalayim. Anyways, l'chaim l'bracha.
Till Looks like you guys were voting. Oh, Rabbi. We're missing the ones that we never sing. So, oh wow.
Food, Yaakov Avinu, there was a famine in Eretz Yisrael, and as a result of the famine in Eretz Yisrael, it's a reason for the mic. Okay.
The light. The live feed.
Oh, that. So there was a famine going on in Eretz Yisrael, and Yaakov Avinu, it says in the pasuk that Yaakov Avinu saw a Yeshever Mitzrayim, that there's food in Mitzrayim, so he sent off his children to Mitzrayim. So the word Shever stands for also the Alter Rebbe's name, Ben his mother's name. So from there, the Badijaba had the full name. But there's something very unique, very, very connected to that particular pasuk. And the incarceration, imprisonment of the Alter Rebbe, because Yesh Shever b'Mitzrayim, Shever also comes from the word Shvira, broken. The Holy Badijaba saw Yesh Shever b'Mitzrayim, that there's a certain breakage, there's a certain Shvira that's taking place in a form of Mitzrayim, in a form of constraint, in a form of limitation. And we know the Rebbe says that the reason why the Alter Rebbe, when he was freed, he sent 2 letters. He sent a letter to the Heilige Badijava, to the Holy Badijava, and he sent a letter to the Holy Rabbi Mezhebush. And in the letters he says that this miracle, this wonder, is not a wonder just for us. It's a wonder that was la'einei kol ha'amim hasarim va'amim, to all the nations, the government. Everybody sees kifla Hashem lasais, that the Eibusher made such a great miraculous miracle. And the Rebbe analyzes what exactly is the Alter Rebbe driving at. The Rebbe connects it to Yetzias Mitzrayim. He says it's the beginning. Sometimes we think we're free from something. We think freedom is from something. In truth, freedom is to something. We're free now to do something. The obvious question you ask when you leave Mitzrayim, so the Yidden left Mitzrayim, and what happened 50 days later? They received the Torah. So they left one slavery for another slavery. What's the accomplishment there? The answer is that they didn't become free from a place. They became free to something. The Rebbe says that this is not the Rebbe's words, but it's the idea, I think, that the freedom, the Gula of the Alter Rebbe of Yud Tes Kislev, as it says, like the pasuk says in Micha, that when Mashiach comes, before Mashiach comes, the miracles we're going to experience is going to mimic or going to be greater. In the flois, it's going to be even greater than it was in the times of Yetzias Mitzrayim, which the Rebbe there says, what was the greatness of Yetzias Mitzrayim? Was that Parai, the Egyptians knew of Elikim, they knew the God of nature. Today we may call it, they were deists. They knew that there's an Eibusher, there's a first cause, there's an Eibusher that brought everything into being. But to be a theist, to believe that God interacts with nature, and the Eibusher controls nature, and the Eibusher is the governor, the Havaya, that they didn't know. And through the miracles, they were able to experience the Havaya. And that's what the Alter Rebbe writes in the letter, that this is the Gula of Havaya to the nations. As we know, when Mashiach comes, will be V'nigla Kved Hashem, V'roko Boso Yachtov, Kipi Havaya Diber. So the Rebbe connects that the whole idea of Yetzias Mitzrayim with the Alter Rebbe coming out of prison. So when the Badishava sees Yeshever Mitzrayim, he realizes that there's a state of imprisonment over here. So to say that if not for Yud Tes Kislev, Hareyanu, Vanenu, Vanenu, would still be Mushubad, and Param Mitzrayim will still be incarcerated, enslaved in Egypt, it's not just a far-off idea. It's actually quite literal. What did Yud Tes Kislev accomplish for us? So we said before, it wasn't a freedom from, but a freedom to. It's to reach the ultimate freedom. The ultimate freedom. Ultimate freedom. Freedom is not a space where we do nothing. Freedom is not a space of emptiness. Freedom is not a place of where I sleep on my bed and I have no worries. That's not what freedom is. Freedom is a deep sense of self. Free to be me. Free to be the full sense of who I am. We're living in a time and place today that all of the self, all of the identities that have been built over centuries. Today, in the secular world, we're living in the postmodernist world. What's a postmodernist world? The modern philosophers, Enlightenment came along and said, we have to know everything from bottom up. We have to know the truth from bottom up. The only thing we can know for sure is that there's a world, even though I don't know if we can know that for sure either way, but let's assume that we know at least there's a world, and that we could we could analyze through science, through observations. We can know things that are, things that are above us, right? The Mishnah Chagiga says that that's things that are beyond us, we don't get involved in. So the whole question about whether there's a God, but the truth, the only truth we know is only the truth we could prove. That's observations. Came along the fight against the modernists is the postmodernists. Not giving a class in philosophy, just trying to bring out a point. The postmodernists came along and said, no, truth is what I think it is, right? Whatever I think is true is true. And what it has done is strip away any of these identities of truth. That's what we're living in today. Nothing is true anymore. What's true? What I think is true. So a man could be a woman could be a man. There's nothing that has to be true. Nothing has to stand for any truth in itself. And the reason why this is true, the reason why...
Well, you think it's...
right? And that's the problem with a nihilist. The nihilist says the only truth is that there is no truth. But that's a truth in itself. Let's forget the true, right? It's in quotes, truth. But what's the idea? The idea is that we're living at a time, which I like saying, if I could use such egotistical words, I like saying, is that we're living through the ultimate identity crisis. We're living through a time that we don't know who we are from whatever we're living in the world of AI. We're living in the world of what we thought is intelligence is artificial intelligence, right? Everybody is worried AI is going to take over the world. Why? Because we think, what's intelligence? Who could write a good poem? Who could come up with the best mathematical equations? Who could fix, the computers? And now the computers, the machines, right? Speak to my smicha brachim over here, right? You want to know an answer, shat and shach, you call AI. By the way, they're helping out all the future brachim learning smicha because they already downloaded into AI. What is it called? Prompting. They prompt the engineer to have all of the smicha information so no one ever has to learn another Jewish word. But we're living in a world that all of the things we held so true, all of these things that we thought is intelligence, forget about emotions, that we for sure have no clue what those are. But all of those things are being stripped bare. We're living in a world where there's nothing could be held to anything, whatever I like goes. And really that's the Gula of Mashiach. That's the world of Mashiach. That's the world of the Gula. Why? Because we need to finally identify what is the true self. And the only way we're going to identify the true self, just like in science, a good scientist doesn't take any of the previous conceived notions about reality to be true. They investigate for themselves. They strip apart everything. They deconstruct, and then they reconstruct. So we're in a state of deconstruction externally. But internally, we're building very strong. Just like in Mitzrayim, it says that the Yidden went through a Kor HaBarzel. They went through a place. Oh, wow. See that?
What is it?
Kor Shana. So this was Mechadish right now. Oh, you thought about it already. That's Kor. But that's the Vart. It's the Kor HaBarzel. So the Kor HaBarzel works both ways. On the one hand, we're building ourselves up from within, but sometimes to build ourselves up from within, everything externally has to shatter. Right? Like a trauma, right? Mendel, like a trauma, right? Trauma is that really it's teaching us, giving us certain inner core, there's building a certain inner core, but meanwhile, everything else falls apart. The whole world that we took to be safe is falling apart, and that's mamish the world we're living in today. And the trick is to know kihifla Hashem lasis, that's what we're living in now. That's what we have to know about Yud Tes Kislev. It's the freedom to the Gula. It's the freedom to the ultimate Gula. It's the freedom to know that that we're eventually going to see the truth, not in some abstract realm, not some in realm of as the Halakha Balshem, the Halakha Badicheva said, the Abisha, you put the Ruchnius far away in the books, and the Gashmius you put in front of us. The Gashmius itself will tell us that this is the truth. There's not going to be any way of running away from it. There's not going to be any denial. It's going to be in our face. It's going to be in our face because it comes from within ourselves. This is connected to the Pod B'Shalom Nafshi, as Chassidus talks about, that the ultimate redemption is when it's done in a way of peace. Peace means not just peace because there's some transcendent light that overwhelms you and makes you say, this must be true. You could be sitting by a Farbrengen and you're like, yeah, of course, I'm going to keep, Mulun Chitas every day. Oh, here you are. I'm going to learn Chitas. Sure, we're in this transcendent place. Tanya. Right? It's like you get inspired. That's a Giliyar Milamayla. That's called a Birur Milamayla Lamata. That's not enough. But it has to happen because there's still a suppression. You're suppressing something from within. It's a skafia. There's still a resentment. There's still a tension. You're suppressing. A skafia means to suppress. You're still suppressing something. What you need a bira milamata lamayla. You need to know, you have to want this to be the truth. You have to say, this is me. And when you know this is me, then you have the true b'shalom, then it's true peace. That's why the Rebbe says it's pada bishalom, beishalom. You need both. You need the peace from above to below and the peace from below to above. That creates the ultimate self. It's not about superimposing anything on yourself. It's identifying that this is you. And that's the Yom Tov of Yud Tes Kislev. As we spoke earlier by the Farbrengen we had in my house, the idea of Yud Tes Kislev, the Rebbe says, is the bris milah. Yud Kislev is the birth. What's the bris milah? As Alter Rebbe says, and you get us a kodesh, and you get us Dalit, that there's two mitzvahs by bris milah. There's the milah and the priya. The milah means you remove the foreskin, the arlas halev in this case, which means your desires. You disconnect from all, you tear away from all of those fantasiful desires. Then there's a priya. A priya is when you fully expose. So us in Golas don't have yet, unless at certain times, Alter Rebbe says we could have the full exposure. But right now we're going through the bris milah. We're cutting everything away. Everything is being cut. That means we're disconnecting, like the famous story of Reb Shmuel Munkus, as we were speaking earlier. Again, Shmuel Munkus, we know that Alter Rebbe, when the soldiers came to arrest him, so they met the Rebbetzin, Sarah, and asked, where's the Rebbe? And she said, he's busy. So they slapped her. They knocked out a tooth, it says. And then she pointed to the room. He was davening. So they walked in and they saw the Alter Rebbe in Talis and Tefillin. They got such a fright. They walked back and they said, yeah, you're right. Now, when's he going to be finished? So she said, come back in 5 hours. And so meanwhile, the Alter Rebbe ran away. The Alter Rebbe ran away somewhere. He went to another village. Shmuel Munkus found out about it. He found Alter Rebbe. So the Alter Rebbe asked Shmuel Munkus, he said, should I give myself in? So Shmuel Munkus said, yeah. So he says, but it's dangerous. Halachically, it's a sakana. You can't just give yourself up. So he says, if you're a Rebbe, then nothing's going to hurt you. Don't worry. If you're not a Rebbe, then you deserve it. How dare you've taken away the pleasure of this world from so many people. So I asked a simple question. I ask the question every year. What's exactly the Mamanashich over here? It doesn't sound like it. Well, it is a sakana, if you do it. Like, what's the answer on the other end? But really, perhaps the Rebbe needed to hear, the Alter Rebbe needed to hear what is really the idea of a Rebbe. In other words, Yud Tes Kislev, the Rebbe was on trial. Not just Chassidus, but a Rebbe. That this is true, that we could have a real milah. We could have a true hasadas ha'orlas halev, the removal of our taivas. That means that we could truly appreciate that we could be free from the temptations of the world, the way the world presents itself, to be free to the ultimate self, as the Alter Rebbe there talks about connection to our inner world. So this is what us Yidden, we have to celebrate tonight, that we have the abilities to tap into the ultimate space of freedom, as the Rebbe says, that with our ufen in the egen, we have to open up our eyes, we have to see the truth. We have to recognize that we're in a space right now of Yitzias Mitzrayim, literally, Kipshute. We're leaving the final moments right before the Gula Mitzvah Shlema. That's the Yud Tes Kislev experience that if we all take seriously and we all appreciate it, we'll taka b'zaychet to the Arenu Neflois, the ultimate Niflo, the ultimate great Hiflo, that Eibusha will reveal himself for the Gula Mitzvah Shlema. Good Yom Tov, good Yom Tov.
That's it. Chaim, Chaim. Rabbi Wolf, L'chaim. Shkoyach, thank you so much. Chaim, Chaim. Chevre, זה היום תחילת מעשיך. זיכרון ליום ראשון. So Rabbi Wolf, I have a question for you. If this is Rosh Hashanah leChasidus, why is it, what's the zikaron leyom rishon of Chasidus? Understand the question? Rosh Hashanah is zikaron leyom rishon because it wasn't the yom rishon. So if Yud Tes Kislev is Rosh Hashanah leChasidus, what's the zikaron leyom rishon of Yud Tes Kislev? Rosh Chodesh Kislev? Huh? Rabbi, you went very deep, very fast. I wasn't expecting anything else.
Before you start with him, he's explaining Moidan. The Rebbe is saying is explaining the moment you wake up.
Wow. When the neshama comes in.
Is it 2,000 years before Hanukkah is a derivative of Yud Tes Kislev. That's why it comes out of Kislev in the end. Because the Alter Rebbe is Mendel, so now they have the Hashemanoim. So we, in history, we experienced it backwards. We're working from the outside in. So first suddenly we feel the Siddur. We don't know where it's coming. Then we realize, genius of Shabbat. That takes the Torah that brings Hanukkah. Hanukkah was the first question. See, the academic system, no fighting, you can't. No light of when you don't have enough oil, wait. They act like system, but they didn't have system. They had the Yitzhak system. So they, of course, very interesting in Kislev. You see, Kislev is totally reversed. Whatever the person is to be. It's the end of the month.
Right.
The first is all the way in the end. You can skip about the later is 2 days earlier. The last event of Kislev is church. Because really it's working. You peel away another layer. Peel away. Follow set. That's the meaning. Zikaron Rosh Hashanah. Zikaron
Of the etzem. Wow. Because the etzem, really the kavan of the etzem was for to be misgale in to Mesir Nefesh. That's why it's the currently appreciation. Kind. I was just thinking about that.
I should share something.
Chaim.
Go ahead.
Yud Tes Kislev, in a personal note, Yud Tes Kislev is meant to be a day. So there's a lot of meant to be's. So that's the first problem. We approach the Yom Tov from a meant to be place. It's a big problem. You know, it's like the Yom Tov comes in, it's like, oh, what is the Yom Tov meant to be? You know, it's meant to be this, meant to be that. And then, you know, like I heard from Manis Friedman, he says, if you say, Chazal, state in Chazal like this, or Chazal say like that, he says, so what do you say? Chazal says, but what do you say? Like, what's, you know? Chazal says it, but I don't. It's not in my reality. It's in the Chazal reality, and I believe in the Chachamim. So Chazal say. You understand? So what is it? What's the Yom Tov meant to be? So we talk a lot about what the Yom Tov is meant to be, but then in a personal internal experience, we have to start living with what the Yom Tov is, not just to talk about what it's meant to be, but rather in a personal, visceral experience, it has to translate in our life. Every year, Yud Tes Kislev, I go through the same exact, learn the Sikha, Yom Tov, Rosh Hashanah, Darkei Chassidus, or V'chayis Nafsheinu Titin Lanu, and all the Lashonos and all the things, and then I look at myself, and it's like, wow, this is a whole different world. We're in a whole different reality. So I know Rabbi Wolf already uplifted all the sparks tonight. He talked about how ultimately the Rebbe is, whether you're what was the lashon?
He's rolling the world.
That's it. You have to. I mean, of course we have to do Yerushalayim Shel Mata, but ultimately Yechanes. What's the lashon? Nidchei Yisrael Yechanes. So ultimately, we'll they let us in. We have the pass already. But we have to, in a personal way, we ask ourselves this question of what is this Yom Tov have to do with me? What does Hasidus really have to do with me? So on that note, I want to share with you a thought that could potentially, it helped me understand it and relate to it, and that's why I'll share it with you. If it didn't help me, then definitely will not help me to share it with you. So we have a lot of tech friends around here, right? I didn't know the extent of it, but now that I'm hearing everything that's going on, it's good stuff. So I started teaching Hasidus in Jets like 5 years ago, but you know, when you're a shliach, you're always teaching Hasidus. And the question is always, how do you bring the Rosh Chodesh Kislev into the Yud Tes Kislev? How do you bring the Hasidus Habal Shem Tov into the Hasidus of the Alter Rebbe, Hasidus Chabad? You know, that's the question. How do we make it relatable? How do we make it real? How do we translate and you know, bring down the concepts in a way that people could eventually relate to it and feel it. So when I'm teaching in Jets, this is the question I ask myself every time I'm teaching Chilus. That's the question I ask myself: how can I convey these concepts in a way that the Wachnim will relate? And then I ask the same question to myself. I want to share with you an idea, a thought that can maybe help relate to it, bring out the idea of what Yud Tes Kislev is meant to be. Visually, I know this is true about any book, but it's specifically true about Hasidus. Visually, you open a Maimar Hasidus, yeah? Open a Likutei Torah, visually. What does it look like? It's two towers, right, of black and white letters. So the first step is you need to know Hebrew. Then you know Hebrew, you need to learn how to read. Then you know how to read, then you know how to translate. Then you know how to translate, then you need to get to this level where all these cryptic messages that the Alter Rebbe is written in the Maimar, somehow we can understand it. And then after we understand it, it has to translate into something practical. So the steps, the Seder Ishtalshelus is actually very complex if you think about it. So, you know, we have Bachnim here that grew up in going to yeshiva, cheder, and things like you were taught how to read, you were taught what Chassidus is, you were taught, and then eventually, now at this point of your life, you're reading the Maimonides, the Chassidus, and you're trying to internalize and trying to make it real. But if you look at it, ultimately, you sit down with the Maimonides Chassidus, it looks like a coding, like a patch of code. Anybody here actually interacts with the HTML code? I know other languages now have colors and things and like, but if anybody here has seen an HTML, do you know what I'm talking about? So if you open an HTML code, it looks very similar to what my Likutei Torah looks like. It's a black and white bunch of like different
Undecipherable.
Yeah, and it's also like a code. A code is actually quoting stuff. It's a very similar chachma actually, a Maimar. It's quoting like it's כמו שנסבר במקום אחר many times. And you're supposed to know what the makom acher is in code. It's the same. It's like if then. It's like you're supposed to know how that traces back in the code 100 lines of code before, right? So in a sense, Hasidus is the back end. The Maimar that you're learning really is not what you are interacting with in your personal life. The Maimar Hasidus is the back end. So what is the actual experience? So this is the way I think about it. The Maimar eventually, if you click and run the code, the Maimar should translate into similarly when you open your phone, right? Take your phone. Phones are not allowed in the Farbrengen, but let's take it out. Tommy, you heard that? It's not allowed the phones in the Farbrengen. No? Okay. So you take your phone and you open an app. Let's say we open, WhatsApp, right? Easy and intuitive. You press things, right? It opens it up. If there's a green thing, you open it. There's a message. It's like very, very easy, user friendly. But if you were to interact with the back end, most of us here will never be able to interact with this application. So in the ultimate final step of the whole situation, there is an application that is super easy, intuitive, relatable, interactive. But in the whole back of it, in the HTML code, if you don't know how to code, it's impossible to have a relationship with this thing, right? So in a sense, the way I see it is when the Rebbe taught us Hasidus and it was written in a book, for a lot of us, obviously this was not the intention, but for a lot of us at this point in our lives, the Maimer Hasidus feels like we're reading a bunch of lines of code, and we're taught like what this code means, like, you know, what does it mean? You know, Chochma de Atzilus. What is Malchus de Atzilus? What's Neshamos de Ban, Neshamos de Ma? What is, you know, all the different concepts, all the different codes were taught. But how does that translate into a practical application? That part, I'm not saying we're not taught, we you know, go Farbrengen and things, but that part is actually not so. So we're taught how to read the code, but then we don't run the code. We don't see how it practically translates into our physical experience, like an application, like on WhatsApp that you press it. It's supposed to translate in a way, right? Ultimately, the goal is, when the Alter Rebbe was released from the whole jail situation, was because the Alter Rebbe was bringing Hasidus in a way that it's coming down, that it should be relatable to people that are not necessarily familiar with the back end. That was the whole point, right? Meaning we were not, us, the people of today that were sitting down with a Maimer Hasidus of the Alter Rebbe, right? That is already a much more thought through process version of the original Hasidus of whatever, the Baal Shem Tov, the Magis, like the Hasidus that we have now, the Alter Rebbe, the Tanya, and all these things is actually much more relatable and much more explained and much more tangible, should be, than anything else. But it's still, now we're back again to square one, where for a lot of us in our generation, the Hasidus of the Alter Rebbe is as if the original step. So the question is, how can we run this code in a way that I can interact with it, like I interact with an application on my phone without having to like go back to the code? How do we do that? That's the question that I ask myself. And that's a question that when I sit to learn a Maimer and I'm trying to teach a Maimer, I'm trying to bring it out to whatever, Bachrim, myself, people in the Chabad house, whatever it is. How can I bring this idea in a way that we can have an interaction with it, have a relationship with it? That's the ultimate goal, I think.
I think we should ask ChatGPT.
ChatGPT, what do you mean? we don't have to ask anymore. You already. You already. Come on. So anyway,
That's the worst app.
Listen. So I feel like this. This is the Nekulas I'm trying to bring up. Yud Tes Kislev. Yud Tes Kislev is a day where Hasidus was brought down in order for us to develop our relationship with the depths of the knowledge of Hashem, which is what's going to happen with Hashem. But that's the point of Hasidus. So yes, of course, there's an idea of sitting down and learning and reading the code. And I'm not negating the fact that it's important to, you know, people in Yud Tes Kislev, one of the things, and the Rebbe said this, I'm not saying, Hashem against this idea, but the Rebbe said, like, Yud Tes Kislev, you establish Kvius Itim to learn more Hasidus, and that's why the Tanya restarts on Yud Tes Kislev, so we recommit ourselves to the learning of Tanya. And of course, there's an idea of learning, but I think as Bachri, and as you know, talking about everybody, there is a learning, and I know when you're yeshiva, that's what you're doing, you're learning. But then there is another level, which is run the code. Run the code, meaning make the learning a real thing in our lives. Like, how does this you know, chokhmah that I'm reading and I'm translating and I'm going through it, what does this have to do with me, my personal day-to-day life, as working in the kitchen and then going to work and then whatever, what's the next step? You know, the shlichus or whatever it is, like, what does this have to do with me in my personal life? So that's it. That's all I can this. So davening is the memutza mechaber. So you see, that's what davening is meant to be. There you go. No, I know. But it's again the same thing. Also it's true. But that's whatever it is. All the Darkei Hasidus, like it's really meant to do that. Really, if you we open the books and we read what it says in the Sfarim, and we read what the Rebbeim said, and all the things that the Rebbeim told us to do, all the Darkei Hasidus, that all of those things are meant to be the memutza amechaber. They're all meant to be that interface that helps us run the code. So, but the question is, what happens when it's not like that anymore? What happens when it's still a code? It's still just a line in the patch of code. But what do I do then? I'm kind of stuck. Like, why did the Alter Rebbe wrote Tanya? The Alter Rebbe wrote Tanya because, right, Rabbi Kesselman said before, with Alter Rebbe wrote Tanya, because there was no more necessity for the Alter Rebbe, for the Hasidim to come to the Alter Rebbe. Now I'm gonna write a book that you can have a yechidus with me through a book. Like the Tanya is officially a way that we can, through learning it, we're actually having an answer to all of the different questions that we have in our lives, right? So my question to you is, what happens when it's not the case? What happens when I'm learning the Tanya and I'm learning the Hasidus? And of course, it's an idea of like refining your soul and learning Hasidus connects your Yechida Shebenefesh with like the etzem of the etzem. And of course, there's all of these things that are higher than our brains. But my question is not higher than our brains. In our etzem and neshama. The question is in my physical day-to-day life. What happens when the Hasidus, that it's meant to be a practical application of Hashem, of Judaism in my life, that's meant to give me life and make me feel connected and make me feel inspired and make me feel and give me the strength to overcome my impulses and whatever it is. What happens when that tool that was meant to be a tool for that ends up just becoming just another thing that doesn't have a relationship, that I don't have a relationship with? So now I have to sit down and read the Tanya and read the lines and read the Maimarim and like read the Sikhos just because there's an idea of learning. Like that doesn't make sense. So again, not that there's no point in that, but that's not the kavana. I think maybe I'm wrong, but I think the kavana is not that. The kavana is that as we are doing the learning, it has to talk to me in a way that I actually feel in my personal life, or v'chayus nafsheinu titelan, that this is the light and the life of my life that was given to me in my life. Light. That it's inspiring me. It's making me feel that I do believe in myself, that I do have an neshama. You understand what I'm saying?
He's going to come to the Tanya shir.
So that, dear friend,
You're also going to come.
is my thoughts on Yud Tes Kislev. This is the bracha that I asked the Rebbe on Yud Tes Kislev that I give to you. Hasidus should be not just a patch of code that you read and we know what it means and we know the code and you know how to code great, but no, that it actually becomes an app that you interact with and that can help you really execute the code and really be a real thing in your life. Time.
Do you learn it or you say it? Fair enough. Amen. Time.
Time. One more nigun and then wrap it up.
Play along. You're gonna continue. Don't play along. Can you send me that video that was thinking? It's the last one. It's the last one. I paid for the time. Oh, it's the last one. It's always the last one. No, you gotta enjoy it. Gotta que sí, güey.